Morning. I wish to welcome all of you to the opening session of Plymouth's Fall Annual Town Meeting. It's being held today, Saturday, October 19th at 8 a.m. at Plymouth North High School. We are located on Aubrey Street in Plymouth. Town Clerk Lawrence Pizer has advised me that we now have a quorum of at least 90 elected town meeting members, and I therefore declare that a quorum being present, the Plymouth Fall Town Meeting will come to order at 8 a.m. Please join in a salute to the flag led by the Plymouth Police Color Guard, followed by our national anthem performed by Northern Lights. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and all of the brave?
Our invocation will now be offered by the Reverend Tiffany Potter of the Church of the Pilgrimage.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be with you today. In 2016, I moved to Massachusetts. I was only supposed to be here 1 year, but then I found Plymouth. At the end of my year here, when it was time for me to move back to Kentucky, where I had lived my whole life prior to coming here to Massachusetts, I didn't want to go back because I had found Plymouth. There is something special and different about this town. The people here, the history, and just the feeling you get when you walk around on these streets. You have an amazing responsibility when you come to these town meetings and when you meet, to hold the past very dear, to hold the present in hand, and the future in view. This is truly a remarkable gift and a responsibility you have. Will you pray with me? Dear Lord, we praise you and thank you for your presence here with us today. May you give us guidance to always be ready to be led by you as you have entrusted us to lead this town and to use the resources wisely, as well as we are to go and be represent all people fairly here in Plymouth and beyond as we make decisions to promote the common good. We recognize our responsibility to the past and to the future, and to the rights and to the needs of both individuals and community. As trusted servants to you and to the people, please bless the deliberations that occur here today. Open our hearts and our minds to everyone in this room, and may the words that come forth from each individual be words of faith and truth that edify one another and promote community. We pray all these things in the precious name of Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Please be seated. We'd like to thank those who participated in the opening ceremonies, and at this time, I'd like to once again appoint Nicole Manfredi, who will be serving as Assistant Town Moderator. Town Clerk Lawrence Pizer will now swear in Assistant Moderator Nicole Manfredi.
Nicole Manfredi, you have been named Assistant Moderator for the year through the next election. Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform the duties incumbent upon you as Assistant Moderator in accordance with the bylaws and charter of the Town of Plymouth and the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? Thank you.
We welcome Mark Rich of Copeman and Page, who will serve as Town Council throughout today's session at Town Meeting. Welcome. And at this time, I'd like to invite Kenneth Tavares, Chair of the Board of Selectmen, who will now deliver his opening remarks. Welcome, Mr. Tavares.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee members, Town Meeting members, and fellow citizens. Good morning. I have a very important statement that I'd like to read on behalf of the Board of Selectmen to you so that we can bring you up to date on some of the work that we have been doing in the last couple of months. In December 2015 and January 2016, the town's sewer force main ruptured in several locations. This resulted in, among other things, significant monetary damage to the town and substantial inconvenience to residents. It also resulted in 2 lawsuits, one brought by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for alleged violations of environmental laws and permits against the town and Veolia Water, the private operator of the town's sewer system. And a second lawsuit brought by the town against Veolia Water and design engineers CDM Smith Inc. and Stantec Consulting Services Inc. and other parties to recover the costs incurred by the town to repair the damage to the force main. The town alleged that the force main ruptures were a combined result of Veolia Water's failure to properly maintain the force main and defects in the design of the force main. The town spent approximately $48.2 million to repair the force main and install a new second force main. The lawsuit filed by the Commonwealth was settled in 2018, with Veolia Water paying a monetary penalty to the Commonwealth. The town now has settled its lawsuit and will receive a combined payment of $22,825,000 from Veolia Water, CDM Smith, and Stantec. The settlement and repair of the force mains were achieved after years of difficult litigation and hard work by many town officials and employees. Town Council KP Law and the town's consulting engineer Environmental Partners Group. I can't emphasize strong enough the work that has been done and the meetings that have been held in the last couple of years to get this settlement of over $22 million. This is going to substantially help us as we plan the other work that has to be done with the sewer. But I think before I put this to rest at this meeting, that there's a question that many of you will probably have, and I want to see if I can attempt to answer it on behalf of the board. And that is, why did the town agree to the settlement amount? We agreed to the $28 million to repair the force main and install a new second force main. For that repair, the town opted for a better design system, which included the installation of a second force main running parallel with the first. By having two force mains, the town will be able to switch between them in order to clean and maintain them, including making repairs of the force main if it is ever damaged. Since the town has not installed a second force, or did not install a second force main when the original force main was built in 2000, the cost of the second force main, approximately $13 million, was not something the defendants in the litigation would likely have been required to pay for. In addition, as repaired, the force main is expected to last longer than it would have lasted if it were never damaged. The additional years that the force main will last is an added value to the town, which is something the defendants in the litigation would not likely have been required to pay for. And by settling the case, the town avoids the risks and additional costs and times associated with continuing the litigation and what likely would have been one or two additional years of appeals following a jury verdict at the trial level. Also, I am very pleased to announce that we have withdrawn the request that you've been looking at for an additional $500,000 in legal fees. So this has been a tremendous win-win, and we're so pleased to be able to announce that to you today, as all of the negotiations were completed just a few days ago. One of the things that I believe strongly in is that the only constant in our life is change, and then we have to learn to adapt usually on a daily basis. And this week has been an extreme example of what can happen in a growing community. And I want to point out a couple of things to you to emphasize this. First, I'd like to recognize people that are new to the town process and our new employees. First, I want to congratulate Patrick Flaherty for his election to the board this past spring. Also, I would like to thank Tony Provenzano for his devoted service and quote-unquote free legal advice once in a while, and his very dry sense of humor that was delivered with candor on many an occasion. Thank you, Tony, for your work. As we all know from newspaper headlines last week, Dr. Maestes is beginning to wind down, and we're very pleased, and as I'm sure the school committee is, that we have a year to make a transition. Mr. Maestes, Dr. Maestes, has certainly done much for the children of this community, and has been an example and has set a standard for other superintendents in the Commonwealth. Also in-house, we've had a number of new appointments. Karen Keene is now the Director of Public Health, and I'd ask everyone to please stand, Karen. Kenny King is now the Superintendent of Cemetery. Kenny. Nick Fayella is the Superintendent of Parks and Forestry. Michelle Brady is our Director of I'm sorry, I want to say the Council on Aging, but Center for Active Living. Thank you. And James Doherty has been appointed the Operations Manager for Facilities. James. We feel as a board that we have very qualified and energetic people in these new positions. Also, I want to take just a minute to say thank you to someone that has been devoted to this town for the past 23 years, and that's Senator DiMacedo. He announced, as you know, that he is leaving the Senate to take a position with Bridgewater State University. We'll certainly have more to say about Vinny as he prepares for his new career. But I can't say enough as a selectman for the work that he has done. He has always been very easily approachable. He listens intently and weighs all of the merits on both sides of an issue. So I was speaking to Vinny yesterday and told him that on behalf of the Board of Selectmen and the town that we all wish him well. So let's give him a round of applause. And finally, we live in a complex world. The incident at the Algonquin apartments showed us how a beautiful morning can turn quickly into a very dangerous situation that took place for the rest of the day. I want to thank again on behalf of the board, Chief Botieri, his officers, and the other law enforcement units from around the state that came to Plymouth to handle this situation. It could have been much worse, but it shows the professionalism that we have and the plans that are in place. And I'm very, very thankful that all went well. And again, Chief, thank you to you and your department. I know that you're anxious to get to the business at hand, and I don't want to hold you from it. There are many other things that we could be talking about, but certainly in summary, the 400th is around the corner. Plans are progressing very, very well. It's going to be an exciting year, which we'll be talking more about at Selectmen's meetings. Mayflower 2 returns in May after a long, long absence. I was able to see her about a month ago as she was, I guess we'd call rechristened. The ship is beautiful, and she's certainly going to be a welcome sight back on our waterfront. The dredging is on schedule. Thank you for your help in getting that through. And as we approach the holiday season, we're still noted as America's hometown, and we wish you on behalf of the board a very happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth Tavares, our Chair of the Plymouth Board of Selectmen. At this time, we welcome Kevin Canty, the Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, who will deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome one and all to this fall town meeting. We have a relatively short but undoubtedly sweet warrant this go-around, and I look forward to the discussion and debate that is about to come. But before your deliberations begin, allow me to say a few words. First, let me introduce the members of the Advisory and Finance Committee. If the members would please stand up and be acknowledged as I introduce you all in alphabetical order. Jean Blanchard, Gail Butler, Brian Dunn, Susan Gillespie, Karen Hamilton, our first vice chair, Harry Helm, our second vice chair, Roz Jones, Richard Knox, Megan O'Connell, Craig Sander, Ashley Shaw, Mark Sirico, Scott Stevenson, and Evelyn Strong. Thank you all for the work you have done in the lead up to this town meeting. Our town has benefited greatly from the hours of work you have done, and it has been a privilege to serve as your chairman during this important process. I must also extend my thanks to many town employees. First, of course, is Jeanette White, whom our committee would be lost without. But the thanks do not stop there. This cycle has seen the Advisory and Finance Committee begin a new initiative, enforcing some old policies and developing a new presentation schedule. Without fail, department heads and division heads rose to the occasion, as did a citizen petitioner, and we appreciate your cooperation in the committee's continuing efforts to improve ourselves. That effort will always be ongoing, but simply undertaking it yields its own rewards. Some will notice that several new names and new faces to match have appeared on our roster in recent weeks. It is always a pleasure to receive new members, some with prior experience in town government here or elsewhere, and some that are just getting involved for the first time. I look forward to getting to know each of you better in the times ahead. But with the coming of new faces, we must also accept the departure of old friends and colleagues from our ranks. All of our recent departures of the Advisory and Finance Committee were due to scheduling issues, as I'm sure that you all know that membership on our committee is a significant time commitment. Every recently departed member was a valued part of our team, and we wish them all well. However, I would be remiss if I did not single out one recent FinCom retiree for special recognition. And if you're watching this, John, I'm talking about you. John Moody served on this committee for 13 and a half years until his resignation in August. He served as chairman for many of those years, working tirelessly to improve our committee, our government, and our town. John was the chairman when I joined the committee, and he is the single biggest reason that we are who we are today. Thank you for everything, John. It was an honor to serve alongside you. Now, for a quick reminder about how FinCom vote counts work, I will be telling you the vote for each motion. The vote will be something like 10 to 1 to 2. This means 10 yes votes, 1 no vote, and 2 abstentions. The chairman typically does not vote. The chair can choose to vote on any item that comes before the committee, but the chairman's vote only counts in the event of a tie. Going back to our example of a 10 to 1 to 2 vote, 10 to 1 to 2 means that 13 votes were cast, so when the chairman is added in, the attendance for that particular vote would be 14. There are 15 members on the committee. Now for a review of some of your materials. You have all received our report and recommendations book, adorned with a majestic brown cover. You should also have received the booklet entitled Minutes by Article, which should assist you in better understanding any discussions that our committee had about the articles. You should also have the motions packet, which will help you understand the procedural workings of this meeting. That's all I've got. Now, for town meeting. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. Town meeting members are reminded that Mass General laws prohibit the use of any tobacco products within the school buildings, school facilities, school grounds. Today we welcome Robert Shaw, who is the police officer on duty for this session of town meeting. As Mr. Canty has suggested, you have been provided with written materials that are available in the sign-in table. And I'd also, with respect to the signing table, like to ask that you check your clickers at this time. And if you have clicker number 14, could you return to the sign-in table with clicker number 14? Also, the town clerk keeps a record of attendance, and so pursuant to our charter, any representative town meeting who cannot attend a session shall provide written notice to the town clerk. Anyone wishing to inquire as to reasons for town meeting absence should check with the town clerk. Also in our charter, town meeting members shall notify the clerk in writing prior to the town meeting session as to any articles that give rise to a financial conflict of interest. Wish to remind you that any Plymouth resident, any taxpayer, may speak on any matter. Also, non-residents may speak with the consent of town meeting. We're reminded that in addition to those present in this room, we have a cable audience, so it's requested that when you wish to speak, that once you've been recognized, you use one of the microphones that have been provided and identify yourself. Town meeting members and town officials are encouraged to identify yourselves by name, by precinct, or title. Once again, Mr. Tavares indicated the Board of Selectmen are seated in the front center row. You've just been introduced to the members of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Those of you who wish to present on an article are invited to come down front at the start of the reading of the article and sit in the front rows to my left. If you anticipate that you may be answering questions on articles, it's also requested that you come close to a microphone, and if you're called as a speaker on deck, please move to a microphone once your name has been announced. Once again, this morning we'll be using the electronic voting system, and at this time, our Assistant Town Moderator, Nicole Manfredi, will provide some comments with respect to electronic voting. Nicole Manfredi.
Good morning. To prepare us for a successful town meeting, I have a few comments about the electronic voting. Last spring, our vendor made a necessary upgrade to the platform on which the program runs, and the response was the delay that we experienced. Since that time, the company has tested extensively, and we do not expect a repetition of the problem. As always, if you have a problem with your vote as it shows on the screen, please stand immediately and let myself and the moderator know.
And again, a reminder, you'll have 20 seconds in which to vote, and you'll press 1 for a yes, 2 for a no, 3 to abstain, and we will have a couple of practice votes. You're also reminded that any vote may be questioned if 7 town meeting members rise to question the vote, and you don't need to be formally recognized in order to do that. Just stand up and you'll be counted. During a standing vote, all town meeting members shall remain standing until seated by your teller. The tellers are available throughout the meeting if you have special needs. And if you don't want a point of order, you could speak with a teller who could then communicate to us through the town clerk. We ask that cell phone sounds be turned off, and please consider keeping texting to a minimum in order to avoid distraction to others. Today, our tellers are Nancy Cadiro, the chief teller, and also she's joined by Roxanne Whitbeck, Jennifer Harris, and Thomas Marr. Now, throughout town meeting, debate will be directed through the moderator. I've requested that all main motions and amendments to main motions are to be in writing, and all procedural motions, whenever practical, are to be submitted in writing in advance. I do have a procedural motion that was submitted this morning. I have some motions to amend. If you wish to accomplish something procedurally during the course of the meeting, you don't hesitate to get up and inquire, and we'll attempt to help you frame an appropriate motion or question that's consistent with past practice or with our parliamentary handbook. Plymouth Town Meeting has adopted town meeting time, which is, there are copies available at our library. If an amendment is presented from the floor that contains a legal question or has legal ramifications, I may confer with town council, so such a motion may be delayed until it's written and possibly researched. For example, your last article is a zoning bylaw, and earlier this week I was presented with a motion to amend, and over the course of a couple of days, both town council and Lee Hartman, the director of planning and development, worked with the maker of the motion in order to make sure that it was written properly for your consideration this morning. So there are times when we can't just take a motion on town meeting floor depending on the complexity of the motion. So I appreciate when people do contact us in advance. Debate is encouraged. If I'm notified in advance you wish to speak on an article, your name will be added to a list of scheduled speakers. I have a few people who have contacted me in advance. I will attempt to give everyone a chance to speak once before calling on people a second time, and that would be throughout the course of town meeting. Formal petitioner presentations can be up to 15 minutes. There will not be a limit imposed on the initial municipal presentations. All other speakers are given a 5-minute limit, and the time allotment includes question and answer. Town meeting members are reminded that while the moderator limits the scope of the debate, you limit the length of the debate. And if town meeting wishes to close debate, a member may move the previous question, and that motion is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. As assistant moderator and moderator, Ms. Manfredi and I will be presiding throughout this fall annual town meeting. We will not become directly involved in the substance of the discussion, but we will be procedural facilitators to you, our legislative body. On some of the substantive motions, we may receive a procedural motion to fix the method of voting by roll call. Such a motion is a majority vote, except in the case of a secret ballot, which is 2/3. Standing votes will not be required for motions requiring a 2/3 vote unless we're in doubt. It is possible to change the order of the articles by a 2/3 vote. I have not received any motions at this point. And a town meeting member who votes on the prevailing side of a motion may later move to reconsider the motion. We will recess within 2 hours from the start of this meeting. That's provided in our town charter. And this morning, we're fortunate to have the Plymouth Schools Music Association, and they'll be providing recess throughout the morning through the recess. A quorum is presumed. We will reconvene 15 minutes after the recess and proceed with a presumed quorum. Lunch will be served in the cafeteria midday today. We'll return promptly and begin after the lunch recess, and there are gluten-free items available upon request. The return of the warrant to the fall town meeting shows that it has properly been served. If there are no objections, we will waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the fall town meeting, and further, if there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the warrant. Mr. Canty moves that the adjourned sessions of the fall town meeting be held on the following dates and times at Plymouth North High School: Monday, October 21 at 7 p.m., Tuesday, October 22 at 7 p.m., Wednesday, October 23 at 7 p.m. Is there any discussion? If not, this will be our first roll call vote. You should get your clickers ready, make sure they're turned on, and when you see on the screen and the light goes on, you can begin voting. You have 20 seconds in which to vote, and we're voting on this procedural motion for adjourned sessions. And you'll see up on the screen it says adjourned sessions, and we're looking for the light to come on, and we will then vote. So again, 1 is a yes, it'll be shown in green. 2 is a no, will be shown in red. And yellow will be for abstentions, and that is number 3. And you'll have 20 seconds at the end. We will then be able to have a tally by precinct, and that'll be shown to you on the screen behind me. You'll want to check to make sure that the vote is recorded as you have voted. And as soon as we're ready, please, we'll start the voting. In the meantime, I did have one announcement that I wanted to make, and that is that the 2019 Fall Hometown Cleanup is Saturday, October 26th, and we're asking for volunteers on Plymouth's traditional day of cleaning and beautifying America's hometown. And this year it'll be next Saturday. And you might like to explore and help clean up a conservation area in the town, or visit a park or a playground, or consider spending 10 or 15 minutes in your own neighborhood. You can contact Patrick Farah at the town hall, and his number is 508-322-3374. The town does offer purple bags for collecting the litter, and will pick up full bags from your drop location. Let him know in an area you'd like to clean up, or he can suggest a group that you can join. In addition, we'd like to thank those who participated in the opening ceremony. Thank you to the Plymouth Honor Guard. It was represented by Ryan Croak, Kyle Gorman, Ryan Antonson, and Greg LaPaulo. We also give appreciation to the Northern Lights Chorus Group that did a wonderful job providing music before the meeting and performing the national anthem. Members of the chorus are Maddie Alberts, Johnny Alves, Amber Bates, Bridget Campbell, Hannah Capel, Hannah Farrow, Ty Farrow, Ben Frazier, Adam Garcia, Hannah Goodrich, Caleb Kerr, Liam Lonigan. Yes, Mr. Costello?
Mr. Moderator, point of order, could we get an explanation as to why we're having a delay? Very first practice vote.
We will get an explanation. Nicole
I'd just like to go
Manfredi.
through this meeting with a sense of confidence. We went through the last meeting with a deplorable situation. I felt no confidence after the first few minutes, and this is a terrible way to start.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll continue on. We express appreciation to Tiffany Potter for her participation in the opening ceremonies of this town meeting. In addition, we wish to recognize PAC TV, which is cable casting this fall town meeting live on Channel 15. We'd like to thank Ben Alexander, David Antoine, Ryan Craig, Brooke Hoffman, Keith Hughes, Mark McKinley, and Dan Rodriguez. And now at this time, we're going to take our vote on the adjourned sessions. You'll see that come up on the screen. And as we're waiting for that to come up on the screen, we also want to thank Jason Luciana and David Grossman from Your Performing Arts Center. They'll be providing support for the audio-visual equipment for this session of town meeting, along with Alan McLean. This facility is provided by the Plymouth School District for our use today. We'd also like to thank Judy Kendall and Jill Davin for the behind-the-scene organization of this event. We also thank Sean Murray, custodial team leader, and the entire custodial staff of Plymouth North High School for the setup and cleaning, including Jamie Wood, Jesse Bonchek, and James Gavoni. Thank you to Tracy Dickerson, Tricia Spinetti, Stephanie Ferretti, and Lisa Fahey. The food services providers at Plymouth North High School for providing lunch for this fall town meeting. We thank them as well. And finally, thank you to the Plymouth Schools Music Association for providing refreshments this morning. We are going to come back to the two procedural votes, but in the meantime, while we're waiting to take those votes, we're going to continue our town meeting and have some discussion, beginning with Article 2A. And before we take the vote on Article 2A, we will come back for our procedural votes. First, Mr. Canty moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7A of the April 2019 Spring Annual Town Meeting in accordance with the attached spreadsheet. And you have a spreadsheet in front of you. And Mr. Canty.
In the report and recommendations book that you have been provided, you will see the Advisory and Finance Committee voted on each adjustment to the budget for all of Article 2A individually. Most of our votes were unanimous. The votes you will take on Article 2A have been organized into groupings based on which Advisory and Finance Committee budget subcommittee report the adjustments fall under. This grouping was chosen because that is how town meeting voted on the budget itself, so it made sense to group the adjustments to that budget along the same lines. In my preface for each vote you will take under Article 2A, I will detail the Advisory and Finance Committee's vote and list the proposed adjustments. The specific details of each adjustment, including any materials that were presented to the Advisory and Finance Committee during each presentation, can be found in our report and recommendations book. We begin with Subcommittee Report A. In a series of unanimous votes of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this portion of Article 2A, which consists of adjustments to the budget that fall within Subcommittee Report A. Subcommittee Report. The proposed adjustments consist of a $20,000 decrease to the Department of Inspectional Services, Personal Services, line number 9, paired with an increase of $20,000 to the Department of Inspectional Services, all other expenses, line 10, a $38,000 decrease to fixed cost, member benefits, all other expenses, line number 11, and a $50,000 decrease to the fixed cost, all town insurance, all other expenses, line number 12. The previous request for a $500,000 increase to the town manager's budget, all other expenses, line number 2, is no longer operative for reasons that were discussed earlier at this meeting.
Thank you. So if you look in your motions packet, you'll see under Subcommittee Report A, the motion that is before you. The Board of Selectmen are in support. This is a majority vote, a roll call if it is not unanimous. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Subcommittee Report B, Mr. Canty.
In a series of unanimous votes of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this portion of Article 2A, which consists of adjustments to Subcommittee Report B's section of the budget. The proposed adjustments consist of a $75,000 increase to the Salary Reserve Personal Services, line 16, a $348,000 increase to Salary Reserve Personal Services, line 17, and a $186,765 decrease to community debt. All other expenses, line 25.
Discussion on Subcommittee Report B, motion. Board of Selectmen are in support. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Subcommittee Report C, Mr. Canty.
In a series of unanimous votes of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this portion of Article 2A, which consists of adjustments to Subcommittee Report C's section of the budget. The proposed adjustments consist of a $12,000 increase to the Police Department, all other expenses, line 27, a $14,600 increase to the Fire Department, all other expenses, line 30.
Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We now go to Subcommittee Report D, and you will note that in addition to the main motion, we have a motion to amend. I would like to let town meeting member know that on that motion to amend, we have the additional words following $180,000. You can add by transferring from free cash. Mr. Canty.
In two separate votes, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this portion of Article 2A, which consists of adjustment to Subcommittee Report D's section of the budget. The committee voted 6 to 4 to 0 in favor of recommending the $253,000 increase to the Public Works Building Maintenance, all other expenses, line number 38. The committee's debate that evening on this item was substantial. The committee did not doubt that the money was needed, and a majority of the committee voted in favor of this increase based on that belief. However, many on the committee criticized that no specific projects or expenses were tied to the suggested increase that was presented to us. The committee also lamented that there was, at that time, a continued absence of a comprehensive plan to deal with building maintenance, particularly since our committee has requested such a plan in the past. These issues were raised by both members who voted on both sides of this item, and more detail can be gleaned from the recounting of the discussion in the minutes by article document that you have been provided. The committee also voted unanimously in a vote of 10 to 0 to 0 to recommend a $140,000 increase to fixed cost fuel and utilities, all other expenses, line number 40.
So you have the main motion under Subcommittee Report D before you. We will now consider a motion to amend. Mr. Costello, Precinct 10, moves to increase line number 37, DPW Personal Services, by $180,000 by transferring from free cash. Mr. Costello, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, town meeting members. I'm here today to amend the existing Subcommittee Report D, line item 38, by $180,000 to increase it to $433,000 for the Buildings Facilities Department. I had no intention of speaking on this article up until the last several days. My only hope was to approve it. But in lieu of what happened this week at the Station 1, Fire Station 1, I think the town received a black eye, both in social media, television coverage, and newsprint coverage. something that we, 1 year ago today, were talking about this very roof, and we did allocate money in the spring to fix the roof, which is encouraging, but we're not moving quick enough. So my hope would be that we would raise this amendment by 180 in hopes that the building facilities could create 3 positions, a full-time electrician. I think already the invoices for this present year justify that position right off the rail. The second position would be a working general foreman to get to some of these work orders and catch up some of this work to keep us out of the news. And the third position would be a building craftsman, again, to take care of some of the backlog of work orders. I would ask for your support to raise this $180,000, especially in light of the $500,000 from this very same article that was just deleted. I think the monies are there, and certainly the need is there. Thank you.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. We're now debating a motion to amend. Although it involves funding, it is not a roll call if it is not unanimous, since it's a motion to amend. Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5, welcome.
Thank you. I fully support Alan Costello's increase. I just want to make sure if somebody can address the issue, will that cover those positions? And I want to applaud Wayne for the presentation to the Board of Selectmen the other night on the facilities report in light of, in addressing all of the issues we need to think about and do something about in this town. So that is a question to the amendment, and does it cover the benefit package?
Jonathan Beater is the Director of the Department of Public Works, responding to a question from Town Meeting Member Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5. Welcome, Mr. Beater.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, Town Meeting. My only question to the maker of the motion would be vehicles. There's been a lot of traction over the past year with facilities. We're doing a really good job. Just to make sure that they're set up appropriately. We're growing rapidly. We're bringing on our HVAC tech that this town meeting approved in the spring. So just to make sure we have vehicles and computer setups, that's something we need to make sure that's included in those costs. Thank you.
Further discussion? Patricia McCarthy?
I just need an answer to the question. I just want to, I want to vote for the positions in a favorable vote. I just want to make sure it's coming from free cash, so there should be adequate money if it has to go up slightly. I don't want to lose the vote over a budget discussion later by the board or somebody that we didn't vote enough money. I want to make sure we vote enough money today.
Melissa Arrighi, Town Manager.
Thank you very much. So again, this body will appropriate funds. So what that does is that provides additional funding if you vote for this now in the facility manager's budget. What we use that funding for is not necessarily for positions. Now I hear the direction of town meeting if what they want this for is those, I believe it was 3 different additional positions. I have not bargained those yet with the union. Those would be, I believe you said a foreman position and 2 others. So it's probably going to be OPEIU and public works position, which would be with the Cobra union. So I have to bargain those. I would have to bargain what that salary was. I would look at the other foreman positions. I don't believe this amount includes benefits, as well as I believe JB talked about the computer setup, but I think that's something that we could probably absorb. So I can't answer you exactly if that 180,000 covers all those positions. It will depend on the bargaining. I think we could make it work.
Patricia McCarthy, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, between Alan and Melissa, I just want to make sure this is increasing the budget will help the facilities issues in the town. So, and I would assume that it would be spent wisely. So I know Alan's intent. I was in favor of the electrician at Springtown meeting, which we didn't get. So it kind of follows that. I wish we'd gotten that then. So I just want to make sure that that's the intent, and then that will be amenable to this town meeting.
Daniel Gorsica, followed by Catherine Hughes. Mr. Gorsica, welcome.
Good morning. Although I do like the direction where this is going, it sounds like at this time that $180,000, if we say yes, they can use with it in the manner in which they want. And that's the reason why I would say no on this. I appreciate the direction. I think it's a good direction, but I think If they can hear us that we want those positions, then they're going to need to do some homework, get some things together, and come back for those. I'm not willing to just say yes to an extra 180 grand when none of us know where that money is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hughes, followed by Michael Leary. Holmes, sorry.
It's okay. So I fully support increasing the operations budget here by 180. Talking to Wayne and others, though, I think that if we look at the current burn that we're using in that ops budget that was allocated previously, I think we're running really hot. And so as much as I think there probably is a need for resources, I would like to stop and see if there is an ability for us to utilize the resources that we already have in the, like the school already has dedicated resources for some of these positions. Can we share those? Maybe Melissa can talk about why we can or cannot do that. But the 180, I think, needs to go into fixing things. We still have a long list of things we have to fix, and my understanding is that we need more money in that budget to fix just things that break. And if Wayne or Melissa could speak on that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone care to respond to her comments? If not, Melissa Arrighi, thank you.
Thank you. So you talked a little bit about consolidation. So I'm going to give you an example of what happened the other day. So when we were dealing with the headquarters issue, I reached out to Arthur Montrond, who is for all intents and purposes, the public works superintendent on the school side. And he was fantastic about sharing resources with us. He was able to loan us the electrician on the school side who worked with us right away on that project with the chief, as well as loaned us their plumber. It went very smoothly, and the town side needed that assistance. So do I think that there is a real merit in consolidating facilities management and having staff that work in that area commit to all of our buildings, whether they are school or town? I do. But that is a process that is going to take time, and we would need full buy-in from the school committee. What I can tell you is when we do need to borrow somebody, the school has been fantastic to the town in doing that. So I know that Selectman Cavaco has spoken quite often and publicly about consolidation efforts, that she would like to see that happen. We have not been able to bring that to fruition yet.
Michael Leary, followed by Everett Malaguti.
Mike Leary, Precinct 2. Yeah, a couple of questions I probably have for Jonathan and a comment. Questions is how much of this do we use outside subcontractors versus town employees? Because like things like the roof, you wouldn't use the town employees for that. That would be an outside contractor. The fire station down there also needs new windows. We don't have the expertise. Even if you hired somebody in for commercial buildings on the windows, so that would be a subcontractor. The other thing is I'd rather wait and have Jonathan or whoever bring forth an article for who they want and come in with exact figures. So, I mean, as of right now, I wouldn't vote for it, but I do have that question to Jonathan is how much of it actually would be in-house versus subcontractors?
Jonathan Beater, Director of Department of Public Works, responding.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Any increase to, Subcommittee Report D, that $253,000 line item, is going to be used for outside contractors. That's not for inside work. So that's, since Wayne has come on board, we've been able to detail these bids. So whether it be HVAC, electrical, general carpentry services, all of these funds will go towards those items. I think what's happening is the maker of the motion, Ms. Holmes' questions are a little bit different. An increase of $180,000, as the maker of the motion made, were for positions. Ms. Holmes was talking about increasing that line item, if you would, to do more outside work. So there are two different avenues. I think it's up to this body to decide which one you want to go forward with. But, positions are a little bit more of a dynamic, as the town manager mentioned. But to increase that line item, those costs would go towards outside contractors doing the work.
Thank you. Everett Malaguti, followed by Donald Williams.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. So listening to all the discussion on this, I appreciate Alan's effort to actually increase funding, but I don't think that the entirety of this includes benefit packages and any other incidentals that come with it. I do believe that we do need more funding within building maintenance, but I also want to see how much is available after projects within Burke's Law are actually completed as well, using some of those excess funds to keep building the effort to make Plymouth whole in accounting its buildings and its infrastructure. I am going to be voting this motion down just because of the unknowns, and I appreciate Alan's suggestions, but I want to make sure it's the actual intent of the article being used for what the petitioner is asking, not for what the town may foresee they want from it. Thank you.
Donald Williams. First, we're hearing a response from Melissa Arrighi.
Thank you. So the motion to amend is for line item 37, which is for staff. So if this motion were to pass, we would be using that for additional staff. You have my commitment here at town meeting that that's what we would do. We know the intent. We're not going to ignore it. We would follow it. I just need some time because I need to bargain these positions. If this motion were to put this funding in a different line item in the budget, then the town meeting representative that got up earlier that said that she wanted it to go towards projects, like an outside contractor to actually do projects, it would need to be a motion to amend in a different line item.
Donald Williams.
I'd like to cede to our chair. She has a rebuttal, and she's the chair.
You can do that, but I can't promise that you'll be recognized if debate is closed.
I'm going to be so quick.
Catherine Holmes, welcome.
So I would like to suggest that we change Alan's motion so that it is an 180,000 increase for the ops budget that they can use for fixing or resources, and Melissa can choose to decide what we do that for, but I would also like to see Melissa present to the Board of Selectmen a plan to share these ops resources, if we can, with the school budget. So that way, if if Wayne needs money and we have an air conditioning system that fails, or our roof collapses and we have components to that they would be able to use that for whatever they need, because clearly the budget of what we've slated here is not enough to fix our long list of issues, and I think that's important. So my suggestion would be to open it up to allow for us to use additional monies quickly to fix problems before we have more roofs collapsing.
So Catherine, since
So
we're
then if-
debating his motion, we have time for you to reduce your motion to writing and submit it so that we can review it, and we'll take that up after Mr. Costello's motion to amend. Betty Cavaco, Board of Selectmen. Thank you. Actually, Betty, I recognize Mr. Williams first, so you'll be after Mr. Williams. Donald Williams.
Don Williams, Precinct 8. We had Wayne at our meeting. He gave a very interesting presentation, and it's unfortunate that he's unable to do preventative maintenance, which I think is the most important portion of his new employ. He can't do preventative maintenance, and he's chosen to do quick fix-its or needed fix-its because he doesn't have the personnel to do the preventative maintenance. I think it's important that we consider the personnel aspect of this as per Alan's original amendment, because without the people, we can't move on to the next step. And the next step is the most important. None of us want another library situation. None of us want another fire station situation. Thank you.
Betty Cavaco, followed by Michael Withington. Betty Cavaco.
Good morning, town meeting. Melissa Arrighi, or the town manager, mentioned something about the consolidation efforts that we've been trying to do with the school department and the school committee. And quite frankly, it's been a little tedious. I really, the board in general just wants to get it together. All we need is the buy-in from the school department, and it'll happen. But right now, we don't have the staff. They probably don't want to take over the facilities department with what we have. And I believe that this is one of the reasons why Alan has put this forward. Folks need to realize that when we contract work out, it's prevailing wage. Prevailing wage for an electrician right now is over $80 an hour. So when we have our own staff, those particular gentlemen, that the 3 positions that he did put in, they're in the vicinity of like $27 an hour. So consolidation, you know what? I need all your help, because we need to put the pressure on to make it happen, because we have got to stop running like we are two separate entities. We're one town, we are one taxpayer, and we have to foot the bill for it all.
Michael Withington, followed by Nathan Siegel. Mr. Withington.
Good morning. Thank you, Selectman Cavaco. Greatly appreciate that input, and you'd have my support. Michael Withington, Precinct 5. I thought I heard the Finance Committee say that the vote was split because you didn't believe that there was enough direction, that you wanted a plan to come forward. Am I correct in that statement?
Canty?
That would be correct.
Okay, and so I appreciate Mr. Costello's amendment, but I have to speak against it, because one of the things that happens with social media is you get a reactionary pull to everything's a crisis. And I believe that the intent is very well positioned, but the implementation should not be today, because what you end up doing is say, I want to vote this for this purpose, this money for this purpose. And you don't give the Board of Selectmen, you don't give the Finance Committee, you don't give the town manager the ability to coordinate a plan. So the road to Hades is paved, or at least a dirt road, with well intentions. And I have to oppose this amendment, and I don't oppose the purpose, but I oppose the amendment now at this time. So respectfully, I ask everyone to vote this amendment down, but push forward with the priorities. Thank you.
Nathan Siegel. We're debating a motion to amend. Welcome,
Yes.
Mr. Siegel.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. Pretty similar sentiment to the previous speaker. I think I definitely support the idea behind this motion and wanting our facilities to be not constantly just putting Band-Aids on things, but getting ahead of things. I just think maybe it would better benefit the town as a whole if this direction and this strategy were to come from the DPW and the town manager's office. I think maybe there's a little bit of whiplash. In the spring, we declined to add the electrician position. Now we're proposing to add 3 more positions. Mr. Walkden was, dinged a little bit from FinCom about not having a plan for just the $250K. Now we're saying throw another $180K at that. So as the previous speaker said, I think it would just be beneficial for us to give the town a chance to hear the intent that we're mostly supporting, giving that department the resources they need, come back in the spring with a more fully formulated plan, whether that's personnel, project-specific, whatever the case may be, to let them utilize those funds in the most strategic way possible. Thank you.
Trish McCarthy.
We just can't keep waiting on all of these issues. We voted on the electrician in the spring. We needed it then. It's been a proven point this week that we need staff, and Wayne has presented the plan. And if any people here watched the presentation, they would get it. And I certainly support what Betty has said, and it was great that the school department can help us out, but they have been maintaining their buildings for years with 2 100-year-old buildings that are still running. We need the positions, and I trust that Wayne and staff will figure it out with the $180,000, the best use of the $180,000. Maybe we can only get 2 of those positions with 180, or 2.5 positions, but we need the positions to take care of the town of Plymouth. And I don't get it. We just are decreasing another line item by $500,000, and luckily we don't need that for legal. So, and it's coming from free cash. So the money's there to fund these positions. And waiting is what Plymouth likes to do until things get worse. And we can't allow that to happen. We're in a crisis this week with Fire Station 1. And we've got to make that so it at least is a usable, safe, environmentally safe building for our staff.
Dr. James Sorensen, Chair, Plymouth School Committee. Welcome, Dr. Sorensen.
morning. I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification on the conversation regarding consolidation. It is true that probably back in the 1990s, this whole issue was studied. It needs to be studied again. The Select Board has recommended the school committee work with the town moderator and the town moderator to work with the superintendent. And the last time we met in session on this topic, we left the task of consolidation with the superintendent and the town moderator. And it's my understanding that there have been some discussions, and I would imagine in not too distant future, we'll have more specific details about consolidation. In the meantime, what we have decided to do is make sure when we need something for the town or the town needs something from our side, we cooperate at that level. And that seems to be working. So this is not completely a dead issue. It's an issue in progress. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren Sorensen. I appreciate the added responsibilities, but I think it's the town manager, Dale Weber, town meeting member. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. Let's go back in Mr. Peabody's Wayback Machine a couple of years ago and remind you that I stood here in opposition to funding the position that Mr. Wachten currently holds, because I stated at that time that what we need more than another building maintenance management person is boots on the ground. And for that reason, I'm glad to see that a couple of years later we're here now, and that some people in town meeting are appreciating that and acknowledging that. I'm going to vote for Mr. Costello's motion. Doesn't matter to me if the motion came out of town hall or not. The motion is before us today to do some appropriation, and I think it's boots on the ground, and I think it's necessary. Thank you.
Amy Hine, Precinct 14, good morning.
Amy Hine, Precinct 14. So I would just like to know if the town manager and the director of the DPW are in favor of the motion. I mean, the positions as well, I would think that you are, but are you in favor of it happening this way through the motion?
Melissa Arrighi, town manager.
Well, I would love to have had the motion earlier so that I could be here before you today with what the health insurance costs would be, some of the other costs that JB referred to. I don't necessarily have vehicles for these new positions, but I'm a big proponent and have been for years with the support of the Board of Selectmen on growing this facilities department. I understand what Mr. Weber said about those years ago, but this needed to be somebody's full-time job as a manager to concentrate on that, and we see the differences now that we have that. So I would be in support of new positions for this department.
Kenneth Howe.
Ken Howe, Precinct 11. I move the question.
It's a motion to close debate. It is not debatable. Before we vote, I will just ask if anyone wishes to stand to be recognized as wishing to still speak. Thank you. Okay, we'll now vote on whether to close debate on the motion to amend. All those in favor of the motion to close debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We will now vote on the motion to amend. I will first do a voice vote. It is a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Motion carries. We'll now continue with the main motion as amended. Further discussion on the main motion as amended under Subcommittee Report D. If not, I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. We will now move on in our warrant to Article 2B. Mr. Canty moves to amend the votes taken under Articles 7B and 7C of the April 2019 Spring Annual Town Meeting in accordance with the spreadsheet below as follows. You have a copy of the spreadsheet. This is a majority vote. A roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve the water enterprise portion of Article 2B. The reason for this $133,389 decrease to the water enterprise debt, line item number 66, is because the actual funds borrowed were less than originally anticipated. And that's a good thing.
Thank you. It's a majority vote, a roll call if it's not unanimous. Discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We are now going to go back to our original procedural vote on the adjourned sessions. And you have the procedural vote for the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday evening. And now if you can pull out your clickers once again, and you'll see the screen shows the date of town meeting, and we'll now be voting as soon as the light goes on and as soon as the screen shows on this vote. In 20 seconds, please vote. You're voting for adjourned sessions. 1 is a yes, 2 is a no, 3 is an abstention. They will then be displayed on the screen. This is a procedural vote, and we're also using this opportunity to test out our clickers since we anticipate this will be a successful vote. 20 seconds have passed. This is how the voting will go. The light goes off, and you'll see on the screen that we now have the votes by precinct. And you'll see we begin with precincts 1, 2, and 3. We do have a no vote and an abstention. Precincts 4, 5, and 6. At the end of the voting, if your vote is not correctly tabulated, you can stand and we can correct it. Precincts 7, 8, and 9, followed by 10, 11, and 12. We do have some abstentions on the voting. And we're continuing with the final precincts 13, 14, and 15. We then will show a display of the vote, 112 having voted in favor, 1 in opposition, 3 abstentions. Were there any votes that were not recorded? Yes, Mr. Landers? And what is your vote, Mr. Landers? It is a yes vote. And please go to the teller station. And we do have another. Megan Collins Dempster. Okay, all right, so we'll check that. I believe Charlotte has resigned, and we thank her for her years of service. She hasn't quite left yet, apparently, but we'll correct that. But it still is a yes vote. One more person, yes? And Bob McMakin, and you have so on the list, when we show Charlotte Collins, because this list was made up in advance, it'll be Robert McMakin will be, and if we can't change the list throughout this session of town meeting, we'll note that a Charlotte Collins on the screen is really Robert McMakin voting. Thank you for that clarification. All right, we're going to try one more vote, and we'll see how we do this time. So Michael Babini moves that this town meeting take its lunch recess for 45 minutes. Mr. Babini, do you care to be heard on your motion? If not, any discussion? If not, we're going to be clearing the screen on the prior vote, and you will then see that we'll have a new procedural vote for Michael Babini's motion for the lunch recess to be for a length of 45 minutes. And you'll see the question is up on the screen. And when the light goes on, or you can start voting now because the number went, you're down to 16 seconds. We're counting down. This is your second procedural vote coming before this town meeting. And when we conclude, once again, we'll go through the process of counting the votes as well as seeing how you voted by precinct. The voting has been completed. The light will go off, and we will show a display on the screen as to the vote for the lunch 45 minutes. We're now showing precincts 1, 2, and 3. You'll see lots of green votes, yes, a few no votes that are in the red. We're then continuing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. As you can look, then 10, 11, and 12, we have an abstention, which is the yellow, and then 13, 14, and 15. So once again, the voting is being shown as 104 in favor, 15 in opposition, 1 abstention. Did anyone have a challenge with their vote in any way? If not, I'm not seeing anyone. So we will now continue with the Article 2B discussion. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve the sewer enterprise portion of Article 2B. The reason for this $178,400 decrease to the sewer enterprise debt line number 71 is also because the actual funds borrowed were less than originally anticipated.
So this is on line 66. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Canty.
For Article 4A.
We have just voted on Article 2B, and we have indicated in the motion book that we have the motion for line item number 66 and the line item for number 71. And just to clarify, we'll also take a vote for line item 71. I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. And now continuing with the warrant, we will continue. Article 3 has been withdrawn, and we're now moving to Article 4. And on Article 4, the first motion that Mr. Canty moves that $792,224 is appropriated to pay costs of various capital projects as shown below. You have the text of the motion. It's a majority and a roll call if it is not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Articles 4A, 4B, 4D, 4E, and 4Gs through M. These items are individually voted on by our committee, but you will be voting on them in a group. Each request was handled separately with separate presentations. Most of these votes were unanimous, except for Article 4B, which was 8 to 5 to 0, and 4I, which was 9 to 1 to 0. Article 4A was reconsidered by the Advisory and Finance Committee this morning. But the good news is this reconsideration seeks a reduced dollar figure from town meeting based on certification of the airport's retained earnings. The reduced amount is now $22,252, down from the previous $75,000 request that you'll see in the report and recommendations book. The remainder of the cost of this project will be paid through other means that do not require town meeting action. These votes for all of these items, other than the one I just explained, which will not be in the book because it was printed beforehand, can be found in our book from pages 4 to 7, and the backup materials for each of the other votes can be found in pages 63 through 139 of the report and recommendations book. And of course, for anyone wanting a detailed recounting of our discussion of each of these items, please refer to the minutes by article document.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Yes, Alan Costello. We're debating Article 4A, 4B, 4D, 4E, and 4G to 4M. Alan Costello on the motion.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Can I just have quick questions on 4M, I believe, the floating docks through the
Your question?
environmental? I'd like to know, I understand and I'm in favor of the plan for the weekend that we're going to use these docks and ramp for the tall ships, but is there a clear-cut definitive plan for after the fact so that residents, mooring holders can use those floats? Is there a definitive plan put in place, how those will be situated long-term?
Thank you. Chad Hunter is our harbor master. Welcome, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Good morning. I do have it's about 3 slides. I'll just show you the last slide to kind of answer that question. We do have a plan to reuse these floats once the weekend is over. They'll be broken down and either replace existing older floats, but also open up some new opportunities for use.
Mr. Hunter, while they're bringing that up,
Sure.
How does this tie into the $80,000 of floats we appropriated 3 town meetings ago?
So the three
Those have-
town meetings ago, we had some money for floating docks over near water sports.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's its own project altogether.
Have
We
those been purchased at this time?
No, we're going to try and procure these all at the same time because this is going to go out to bid.
Will they be used in this new plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I was just going to, I can't see it from this angle, but it's, yeah. Okay, if we could go to that third slide. So one of the things that I can sort of speak to it as well if this
That's
works
fine, yeah.
out. The area over in front of the maritime facility, we're going to try and increase opportunity for dockage, floating dock use, to not only assist the transient boaters, also the mooring holders, anybody visiting town. That's one of our shortfalls right now. We don't have much space for pickup and drop-off locations. So that we would take these floats and try and enhance that, probably mostly in front of the maritime facility, and then replace some of the older docks that we may need to replace.
Well, that's fine. That's my fear, that it's going to end up in front of the maritime facility. But you have assurances that the resident and mooring holders will get to use them equally as much as law enforcement and transients?
Correct. So, I mean, we're trying to enhance, the one thing that we don't have is much pickup drop-off space. So that's the one place we want to enhance.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Cunningham, we're debating the article.
Paul
motion.
Cunningham, Precinct 5. I just had a question for Chad. On the new boat, the new Harbor Master's boat, as you're having one new one and turning in 2. So what is the size of the fleet now? And is this a custom boat, or is this just a thing that you do some modifications to, or it's standard, or what?
So,
Chad Hunter.
Sorry. Thank you.
Please proceed.
So the vessel that we're looking to purchase, we are replacing 2. So we have 5 boats, we'll end up with 4. The hopes here, we obviously brought in some federal port security grant money to offset those costs. And by turning those 2 boats over and putting them up for auction, we're hoping to sort of reclaim that match that we're requesting. The boat itself that we're looking to purchase is very similar to one of the...
Continue.
One of the boats we're replacing due to the age and the deterioration is a rigid hull inflatable boat, which works out the best for us. It is sort of specialized in it's not really a recreational boat. Most people don't use those for that, but it works very well for our purposes. So that's what we'll be looking to purchase.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Please come forward. We're debating Articles 4A, 4B, 4D, 4E, 4G to 4M. Paul Neville, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Tom, Mr. Moderator. I'm Peter Neville. I'm from Precinct 10. And my first question is whether or not we're going to consider each one of these subsections individually. That would be the first question. The second question, I wonder whether or not the finance director or the town manager could speak to 2 sub-questions. The first one being whether or not it's customary, traditional, not to include the depreciation of such things as the retort for the crematorium, and perhaps fire trucks within departmental budgets. And, normally you do include those things in an operating budget. And I feel like I come to these town meetings and I'm asked to vote on things that are outside of an operating budget. But that's, and I guess finally, why would I like to see each thing considered separately? I'm wondering if Plymouth Harbor is going to turn out to be like Marina Bay in Quincy or the Hingham Shipyard. And I guess I'm only one of 135 people here in the room that are going to vote for the public interest or the public benefit for close to 63,000 people in this town. Approximately, I guess 55% are over 60. And I guess I don't know how many of them own boats. But are we voting to increase a betterment for a minority of residents? I know the argument will come up that we need to make Plymouth beautiful so that tourists will come by the busload. And that will help generate, boatload, yeah. Anyway, that's enough. I just thought I would raise those concerns. Take your pick, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Peter Neville. Further discussion? If there is none, yes, Michael Leary.
So I'm just going to ask Mr. Canty, the way you motioned it is, just so that everybody realizes that you guys didn't approve the fire truck. That's off that list. So that's not in your motion to accept that, correct?
No, that's in a separate motion.
Yeah, we have the main motion now. We have subsequent motions for C, for F. And if you
Okay.
look at 4F, you'll see that.
Okay.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote on the motion for 4A, 4B, 4D, 4E, 4G to 4M. Now call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. It is not unanimous. Rather than do a roll call vote, I will ask for the noes to stand to be recognized. Please stand. Peter Neville votes no. Are there any other noes? Yes. John Sullivan votes no. Yes. Mr. Barbieri votes no. Circo. Ms. Circo. Are you voting no?
Not under the disguise of Richard Barbieri.
Mr.
I've been accused of being Mary Henry. I've been accused of being Randy Parker. And like I'll tell you, like I told the girl at the bank, I'm me, just give me my money.
Thank you. We have a fourth no vote, Mr. Cunningham and also Mr. Malaguti. Yes. Yes. He did vote no. Thank you. And the motion carries. We'll now continue. Article 4C, Mr. Tavares moves the town vote to appropriate $66,838 from free cash to replace the irrigation system at the Manomet Recreation Area. Patrick Flaherty speaking on behalf of the Board of Selectmen. Welcome, Selectman Patrick Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Patrick Flaherty, member of the Select Board. A few people who probably need to raise this. But just some things to consider for this article. There's a whole board of volunteers that are parents and about 450 kids that use this field. I don't have kids that participate, but I went there for the opening day. And the field, as it gets worse, can actually become an issue for the players, the kids. And one thing that I didn't realize is that the $100,000 budget that makes that whole program work is from all the fees, the parents, the volunteers that make that happen. So just for consideration, it's that it is the irrigation system for the field, but what comes there and what brings the community together, the kids and also the parents, I would like to just have considered as a part of that, because I think that's a part of really what makes our town a community, is when you have a central place like this that can bring parents together. Friendships come from when the kids get together. And one last thing is that this is brought up at this town meeting because the timing of it would be, if it was approved in the spring, you'd miss that whole year, because it'd be ideal to do this now before the seasons come for the spring, summer, and fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Nathan Siegel, we're debating Article 4C. Mr. Siegel.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. Just to sort of build off of what Mr. Flaherty spoke to. I think that, it's clear the parents and the volunteers, really do put in time and their own resources to help maintain this facility. And I think we all, support that, getting outside, getting the kids active. So for that reason, I hope we'll support this. In addition to just, like Mr. Flaherty said, it's a safety issue. We don't want our kids running around on grass that's not taken care of, or the grass that's inconsistent in different places that could easily lead to an injury, which is just not fair for the kids. So I hope we'll support this. Thank you.
Yes, further discussion. We're supporting, we're voting on Article 4C. Mr. Conroy, Edward Conroy.
Hello all, my name is Edward Conroy from Precinct 5, here to support Article 4C to replace the irrigation system at Manamet Recreation Area. The current irrigation system is damaged due to the amount of iron that was caused to the well water. The new system will be on town water and will last 20 years. It's necessary that we replace it now so the kids can play baseball in the spring. The Finance Committee voted not to fund this project 4-9 based on mostly because of their list on the capital improvement list. When I was a member of the Finance Committee for 7 years, we not only looked at that list, but we looked at the urgency and we looked at the effects upon the Plymouth families. So we don't want to wait to the spring because it needs to be done now. These Plymouth children should be able to play baseball. Working on a team is a very good thing for a child. Also, it keeps them off electronics. I have an 8-year-old son that plays down there. I'm an assistant coach, so it's good for him. Also, it builds confidence and life lessons. The Manamet recreational area, it costs $5 per child, and that $5 goes to the town. The town should give them a safe and playable field. That's the deal. They pay $5 so they can play baseball at a safe place. So, when I look at the effects, 495 Plymouth children play at the Manamet recreational area. So, the reason why I'm here, I would like you to support this article so 495 children can play baseball at the Manamet recreational area this spring. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the Advisory and Finance Committee, Kevin Canty, Chair, followed by Russell Shirley. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 4-9-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting does not approve Article 4C. The committee did not feel that this item was a high priority project that warranted action outside of the normal capital improvements process that happens in the spring. The committee also noted that last spring, when this project gone through that project, it was listed 38th by the Capital Improvements Committee and did not receive funding at that time. The committee believes this project can wait for next spring and compete once again for funding alongside the other capital projects as part of the normal Capital Improvements Committee cycle.
Russell Shirley, Plymouth Housing Authority.
I actually, I'm speaking as a citizen, not from the Housing Authority.
Thank
but
you.
I will be speaking as the Housing Authority if there's any question on a future article. I'd last ask Mr. Beater whether or not this project was actually even presented at spring town meeting. And was it ranked by the Capitol in the spring? Because if the reason that it was not considered is because it was presented at the spring town meeting, can I get that answer?
So, Russell Shirley, is a question for Jonathan Beater, Director, Department of Public Works.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. No, this is the first time this project is in front of this board and in front of CIC. Back in 2014, 2 capital projects went forward, one for $3,000 for a new filter, one for $5,000 to do a little bit of segments on the irrigation system itself. In the spring of last year, CIC heard a request for a new parking lot because the fields are very heavily used. So if you don't know, there are 4 fields, a lot of direct sunlight. This request is to replace those 4 fields, all the different pressure zones. I think there's like 26 pressure zones in those 4 fields. The main line is in good shape. Again, as a prior speaker mentioned, it's a new system. It's just the iron and manganese have really clogged up those lines. And again, we're here today because if we don't do this, we're going to lose those fields in the spring, and they are very heavily used. But again, we don't believe that CIC ever heard this request at this time. It is a new project from the DPW. We ask for your support. Thank you.
Russell Shirley.
All right, I've got a bunch of notes here, but a lot of the stuff was already covered by some of the previous speakers. But I'm very familiar with the process. I've been at town meeting for more than 25 years, member, and I've been on the Advisory and Finance Committee 7 years, and I've been on the Capital Outlay Committee, 3 different appointments from 3 different sources. So I know the process. What I'm going to talk to you about is fairness. All the little leagues from the northern sections of the town, all their fields are irrigated. So now we've got an entire group of children in the south section of town that come from Manamet School, Indian Brook, South School, primarily that region of the town that plays on this field, and they do not have irrigated fields. In 2018, these fields almost went dry with drought, and a lot of damage occurred. This particular last year, we had more rain than we anticipated, and they look good from the side, but if you walk the fields, there's divots, problems, and there's a lot of weeds that would be harmed if we tried to fertilize a field, because the fertilizer would kill the broadleaf and make even bigger areas. Funding this now would allow them to plug the fields, aerate the fields, slice the fields with seed, and recover these fields at $66,000. If we lose the fields and we have to reseed them, you're going to have to take fields out of commission to do that, or we decide to sod them to try to accelerate it. It'll be even more money. I think to reseed the fields, the quick budget that I got was like an additional $30,000 on top of the irrigation, which would still have to happen. And to resod the fields, it might be as much as $40,000 or $50,000. So I'm asking you to support this at $66,000 now so that we can get these fields in playing condition for this spring. Thank you.
Joan Bartlett, followed by Samuel Butterfield. Yes, I will take a procedural motion before substantive debate. Nathan Siegel, please, I'm sorry. Brendan Brady, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Brady, Precinct 10. I move to question.
Moves to close debate. Before we take a vote, we have people standing who are showing they wish to be heard. Motion to close debate would be to now then proceed to vote. So we'll now take a voice vote on whether to close debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. Motion carries by 2/3. We will now vote on the main motion under 4C. It's a majority vote, a roll call if it's not unanimous. Now we're going to call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion carries. I will now ask for the noes to stand. I heard a no vote. Yes, Joan Bartlett is a no. Mr. McKay is a no. Any other noes? Thank you. We'll now proceed with Article 4F. Mr. Tavares moves the town vote to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow $675,000 under Chapter 44 of the General Laws or any other enabling authority for the purchase of new pumping engine for the fire department. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the General Laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. It's a 2/3 vote. It's a roll call if it's not unanimous. I would draw to your attention the text of the motion refers to our executive board as the Board of Selectmen, and you may note that throughout town meeting, some people, including the previous selectman who spoke, referred to the select board, but for purposes of town meeting, I will be referring to the Board of Selectmen as the Board of Selectmen because our recent charter change is still working its way through the legislature, and if and when it's approved, it will then be a 90-day waiting period. So for the official record, this motion, it's the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 5 to 8 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting does not approve Article 4F. The committee noted that a new pumping engine was approved at last fall town meeting, and that the CIC had previously ranked this pumping engine project 36th overall. As such, the committee did not feel this was a high priority project requiring action at this fall town meeting. The committee also noted that unlike the other capital requests from the fire department that you are dealing with today, the proposed funding for this project does not come from the Fire Safety and Prevention revolving account.
Edward Bradley, Chief, Plymouth Fire Department. Welcome, Chief Bradley.
Thank you. We're here today to ask your support to replace a 2004 pumping engine that currently serves out of the Bourne Road Station. That pumping engine is now over 15 years old. Our mechanic shop that does regular preventive maintenance on it has noticed that the frame, cross members, and tank cradle are severely rotted and corroded on it, therefore not making this truck a candidate for any type of rehab that would be worthwhile. And also, his questioning is how much longer this truck can last. Now, if we were able to get approval for funding today, it would take 15 months from PO being issued before the truck would be delivered. By then, this truck will be 17 years old. It may not still be out on the road because it will probably have to be taken off the road prior to that. This truck has, the replacement truck, obviously, there's a couple good benefits that we could get out of it, and that would be that it would be a newer engine, the diesel engine. Obviously, a 17-year-old or 15-year-old diesel engine is not the cleanest out there. It doesn't have the best fuel mileage. The newer one will be able to. We'll be able to increase the tank capacity on that truck so that that engine will be carrying 1,000 gallons of water with them. If you remember, that particular area, other than some areas in the ponds of Plymouth and in Red Brook, most of that area down there does not have municipal water supply or municipal hydrants. The crews that arrive on that first fire truck have only the water they have in that truck to put the fire out. And so this is another reason why we wanted to increase that tank capacity. Some of the reasons, as you heard about, from the Finance Committee, that it didn't rank high. Well, look at some of the other projects that were on that list, and it's printed in your book, and see some of the ones that were ranked higher. I think, you have to use a little common sense and not just go by a list and say, well, we're sticking by this list. This is a piece of emergency equipment that goes out on life-saving missions every single day, and it has to be safe and it has to be dependable. One of the reasons why it's definitely back here before you today is that the manufacturer has a yearly increase. The manufacturer imposed a 7% yearly increase October 1st of this year. So the cost of this exact same truck will go up by $47,000 by next April at town meeting, increasing the price to $722,000 for the exact same truck. Now, I have gotten insurances from the manufacturer that he will hold that increase for the town of Plymouth and only for us, and believe me, there are other departments, the larger city departments throughout the country that are asking for the same request, until October 30th of this year, knowing that we had town meeting coming up in October. And if we're able to vote this, we will save that 7% increase. We were lucky to be able to get that. The dealer we happen to work with is the #1 dealer for this manufacturer in the country. I'd be glad to answer any of the questions that may come up, but again, we're not here to replace a truck because we want to. You're not doing anything for me. You're doing it for the residents and citizens of the town of Plymouth, especially the ones that live in that particular area. This truck probably gets a little more wear and tear than most. As anyone that has ever traveled down in that area of town, you'll notice that the roadways down there are a challenge, and many of them are gravel. And again, I think that the town and you as a body should consider fire apparatus as facilities and as infrastructure. And we know what happens when we delay any repairs or replacements to infrastructure. There's a glaring example of that this week. Don't keep doing it with fire apparatus. In 2004, the department had gotten in such bad shape that they hired a company come in. As a matter of fact, the funding was recommended by this board, by this committee, town meeting, to do a study on the fire department. And one of their recommendations was to come up with a plan replace apparatus on a timely manner. We have that plan, and we've been sticking to that plan. And as a result, we haven't been in the same shape that we were back in 2004 when there weren't as many fire engines as there were fire stations in this town of Plymouth, because the rest of them were such bad shape they were taken off the road. We have to continue along with this plan. I understand it's painful, but I also understand that it's my responsibility to bring these issues to you and bring any safety issues to you. The firefighters in the town of Plymouth are willing to risk their lives for you every single day of the year. All I ask for you is to please give them the equipment and apparatus that they can safely and dependably deliver that service to you. Thank you.
Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8. Did you care to be heard, Mr. Cunningham?
Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8. This request for a $675,000 new pumper really belongs in the April town meeting with other major capital requests and subject to the committee scrutiny for need and ranking. This request was for the town to borrow the funds for this purchase, which in April of last year, the last time we purchased a similar vehicle, which is awaiting delivery, the accounting department would said with financing costs, that really brings the total cost into the $800,000 range. I forget the actual number. So when you're talking about the water capacity in South Plymouth, yes, we have, I guess it's 350 ponds down there. We really need to have the developers, when they're putting in a development, put in some dry hydrants that have the piping already into those ponds. They come down, connect to it, and they pay for that cost. The other thing is we just send 2 trucks. For those that are nervous about coverage, 60% of all the 911 calls go to Brewster Ambulance, okay? We currently house those in 4 stations across town at no cost to Brewster Ambulance. Actual fires flames fall in the 5% range of all those 911 calls. So we currently have 10 pumpers, that's in 7 stations, 1 in every one of the 7 stations and 3 in reserve. And we have 3 full-time employees exclusively for the fire department to service the fire pumpers. As most people know, there's mutual aid coverage between towns, and we should utilize mutual aid between the fire stations and keep those pumpers rolling. I would suggest we vote no on this article.
Christopher Houle, Precinct 14.
Thank you. Just a question for Chief Bradley. The motion refers to costs or reimbursement from existing bonds and such. Could you highlight how the costs or any additional income from the existing truck, how that would be used to reduce this fee? And what is the plan for that truck that will be retired after it is retired?
Chief Bradley.
As far as the bond, I'll defer to Lynn Barrett, the finance director. But as far as the truck goes, as I said, if it's okay today, it would be 15 months on delivery. We have seen in the past, we had a truck that was a 1996 that was replaced. We advertised it nationally in national publications to try to see if someone had any interest in buying it to get some money back on it. There was none. Typically, fire trucks from the Northeast don't because of the problems like this one with the frame rotted away. This particular truck will probably go to the scrapyard and probably has a worth of $4,000. Lynn?
Lynn Barrett, she's the Director of Finance.
In the article, it refers to any premium received would reduce the amount that we need to borrow. So, for example, last spring, we actually went out to borrow for the ladder truck and for the engine that we bought last year. And the premium that we received, we actually reduced. We didn't borrow actually for either of those pieces of equipment because we received so much premium. So it was paid off completely. So no interest costs associated with those 2 pieces of equipment. So each time we go out to borrow, we actually look at what are all the projects that we're borrowing for and which ones we're going to use the premium towards reducing. And that's what we did at that time.
Joseph Hutchinson, Precinct 12.
In Precinct 12, we live on winding roads in very flammable pitch pine and scrub oak forest that has a very high risk of fire. And that Bourne Station and its crew is our first line of defense against forest fires in our area. And that engine that needs to be replaced is critical to that defense. The current engine has reached its service limit, and by the time a replacement can be delivered, will be well beyond that limit. At the Advisory and Finance Committee meeting at which Article 4F was reviewed, Chief Kane stated that there's a need for a maneuverable truck in the Red Brook and Ponds of Plymouth area of town, and the Plymouth Fire Department has stated that this apparatus needs to be replaced now. I believe and I hope that that you agree that the public safety services, the fire, the police, EMT, and related departments should be the #1 priority of town government. And I urge you to support Article 4F.
John Hammond, Precinct 4. We're debating Article 4F on your town meeting warrant.
I came up
Mr.
to
Hammond.
the front microphone because I hate sitting out there and watching somebody talk to me with their back turned to me. So I got pretty convinced about the need for this truck when I got a map of past forest fires that was distributed from basically from the Committee of Precinct Chairs. And there was a picture I don't know which of the fires it was, but it was depicted in red on the map, and it swept all the way up from southwest Plymouth within a mile or so of the Eel River. When I was a kid, I remember that forest fires were something that were on everybody's mind every summer, and they don't seem to be so much anymore. But I think I agree, it's an isolated area, roads that are narrow and twisty and gravel. You can't be without a truck. Thank you.
William Abbott, Precinct 12. We're debating Article 4F. This is Plymouth's town meeting coming to you live on Saturday from Plymouth North High School. William Abbott is in Precinct 12. Mr. Abbott. Can we check the mic? Continue. Please continue, Mr. Abbott. Can you come to the mic up front? I think that mic has to be adjusted.
Public safety is our #1 duty at this town meeting. Red Brook in our area is growing very rapidly. It'll soon be out to 1,300 new homes. I've always found the fire chief to be one of the most credible department heads in Plymouth. I'm not an expert in fire, but when he says we need a truck, we do need a truck, and we need it in that area of town. And finally, with climate change, we're going to have more and more fires. We've been told that this is a top priority, forest fires in our part of town. I urge you to support this truck.
Further discussion on Article 4F for Everett Malaguti. We are debating in Plymouth's Fall Town Meeting, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. I did get one of the answers from Lynn about how much the interest would be if we weren't able to get any premium on this. But the concern that I have is the vehicles that we've replaced in the past that we've then given away to other communities as a donation. I'm hoping that when we replace this vehicle, if approved at town meeting, that we do go through either the public auction. If for the scrapyard, that's $4,000 is still better than just giving away taxpayer dollars to another community. And I'm hoping that either way, we do get some reimbursement from this vehicle. Thank you.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Malaguti touched on it. I asked at the selectmen's meeting, what is the cost of borrowing for the vehicle? I have yet to hear the exact number.
The motion indicates that we're borrowing $675,000.
Does that include the cost of borrowing, or is that for the vehicle cost?
Lynn Barrett is our Director of Finance. Thank you.
The 675 is the vehicle cost. So depending on the useful life of the vehicle, usually it's between 10 to 15 years, but we borrow for this type of equipment either over a 5 or a 10-year period. So if we were to do 5 years, the cost of interest would be approximately like $102,000 over the 5-year period. If we were to do it over a 10-year period, it would be $185,000 cost of interest.
Okay, so somewhere between 185 and 102 added to the two,
Yes.
675 or 650. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, my last thing is a procedural. Can I ask that we move the method of voting to electronic roll call?
Mr. Costello moves that the method of voting on this be electronic roll call. I would tell you, Mr. Costello, that we are required under our charter to have a roll call vote. I will do it electronically if it is not unanimous.
Well, the only reason I suggest it is we pay for the service. And we do that for accountability and transparency.
Yeah.
And we have yet to use it today on any type of crucial vote.
If it is
So
not...
I'd like to see it used on a vote of this magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howe.
Ken Howe, Precinct 11. I move the question.
Moves to close debate. Anyone else care to stand to be heard? If not, we will vote on whether to close debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We have now closed debate. We'll now take a vote on the main motion. I will first take an oral vote. If it is not unanimous, there will be a roll call by electronic voting. Under Article 4F, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Does not carry unanimously. We will now do a roll call vote. You can get your clickers ready. This will be the last vote before the morning recess. And as soon as we are ready with the light on, and we'll have 20 seconds in which to vote, this will be voting on Article 4F. You'll see that the screen is now changing, and you can now vote. You're voting on Article 4F. This is the motion for the borrowing of $675,000. We are down to 7 seconds. As the seconds count down, when we are concluded, we will then have a record of the actual vote. This does require a 2/3 vote under Article 4F. We'll be displaying the vote under Article 4F, and we will also be displaying per precinct, beginning, you'll seeing precincts 1, 2, and 3. The greens are yes, the reds are no. And we'll continue through the precincts 4, 5, and 6. We also see an abstention, and that is shown in yellow. We then continue with precincts 7, 8, and 9. We'll be going through all 15 precincts. And precincts 10, 11, and 12, we have 135 town meeting members. You'll see how many voted after we hear precincts 13, 14, and 15. We will have the quantum of vote. We have 100 voting in favor, 19 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. This town meeting is in recess at 9:58 a.m. for 15 minutes. Good morning. I'd like to welcome town meeting. We're resuming the recess, and we're continuing with Article 5. Before we continue, I did want to report that I've been advised that the settings for the 20-second countdown timer were not correctly entered on the polling slide that's used to conduct the vote. The settings have now been corrected, tested, and verified as correct, and we do not expect the problem to recur. This time we move to Article 5. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen and Board of Assessors pursuant to the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 38H, to negotiate and enter into an agreement for payments in lieu of taxes, pilot, for a 998 kilowatt, more or less, solar photovoltaic energy generating facility from Manomet Solar, LLC, or its affiliates, successors, or assigns to be located on a 7-acre parcel, more or less, at 701 State Road, currently shown on Plymouth Assessor's Map 48, Lot 2D, upon such terms and conditions as the Board of Selectmen and Board of Assessors shall deem to be in the best interest of the town. This is a majority vote. A roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 12 to 0 to 1, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 5. Approval of the payment in lieu of taxes agreement, or pilot agreement, will be for the personal property tax associated with a 7.3-acre solar farm development located at 701 State Road. The terms of this agreement are similar to the terms in the town's other solar pilot agreements.
Further discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 6 is withdrawn. Article 7, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $988,730.03 to the Pavement Management Plan Debt Stabilization Fund as authorized by the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B. It's a majority and a roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 11 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 7. Approval of this article will transfer $988,730.03 from free cash into the Pavement Management Debt Stabilization Fund. This amount reflects the amount of the excess fiscal year 2019 motor vehicle excise tax over the amount that was budgeted. This is the same formula that has been utilized since the inception of this stabilization fund at the 2017 spring special town meeting to fund costs associated with road improvements and maintenance.
Further discussion? If not, call for a vote. It's a majority vote and a roll call if it's not unanimous. I'll now call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We continue on in the warrant with Article 8. And you have in front of you a motion. Mr. Canty moves that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for special legislation to permit retired police officers to work details as specified in the warrant. It's a majority. A roll call if it is not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 11 to 2 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 8. Approval of this article will authorize the Select Board to petition the Massachusetts General Court for special legislation to allow retired Plymouth police officers to be hired as special police officers by the town, primarily to assist the police department in covering the large number of detail requests in the town. The police chief has acknowledged that the police department cannot adequately cover the dozens of weekly requests for traffic details with his current staff and proposed this special legislation to fill the gap. The town has worked with the Plymouth Retirement Board and Town Council to craft the final draft of the proposed legislation before you.
Joseph Curley, followed by Michael Hanlon, both of Precinct 15.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Curley.
I spent a lot of time, probably too much time, reviewing this article. I had to learn what superannuation meant. I've read chapters 31, 42 of the Mass General Laws, and the more I read, the less I knew. And so in my travels on Route 3A recently, I took about a 2-mile drive, and it took me about 20 minutes to do the 2 miles. And in the process of doing that, what I discovered was that there are flaggers, none of whom actually have a flag, but there are flaggers. And Plymouth police are there at one section, and then that was followed by the county sheriff's department in another section, and then it came upon the school crossing guard in another section, and then the state police, I'm sure, were there as well, And so what we do, when I read about all this stuff, was to discover that there are about 5 different ways we can control traffic flow in the town of Plymouth. And what we're being asked to approve today is another method. And that would be somebody who is a retired Plymouth police officer who would have at least 10 years of experience and would be under the age of 65. So I understand that. I understand the need to, what the chief's trying to do. I do understand the need. My question, and I could not figure out the answer to the question, is what is the financial impact, if any, on the taxpayers in the town of Plymouth based upon the use of these flaggers? And it may be based upon the day of the week, whether it's a holiday, the number of hours, because as I understand it, you can't just have a flagger for 1 hour. Sometimes you get paid for 3 hours, even if they work only 1 hour. So I'm really here to ask for an education as to what is the financial impact to the taxpayers in the town of Plymouth if we approve this article. Thank you.
Anyone care to respond to the question regarding the cost to the Plymouth taxpayer? Lynn Barrett is our Director of Finance, responding to Article 8.
It would really just depend on the detail that they're performing. Most details are done for like Verizon or Eversource or a construction company, and they bear the cost of reimbursing the town for the detail and an administration cost of 10% above that. If they were to work on a town project, if those people were working on a town project, then the town would be paying the overtime rate of whatever that rate is of that a regular patrolman for that detail. So that would be the cost. It'd be included in the cost of a project. If we brought a project to town meeting to do a road, the detail cost is included in that project cost.
Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15, followed by Richard Barberi, Precinct 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. Similar to Mr. Curley's comment, I noticed several construction projects this summer, one on Route 3A in Plymouth, one on Route 3A in Kingston, and in both cases they were using flaggers or flagmen or flag persons, whatever you like to call them. I'm not in favor of this article. I think the use of flaggers is widespread in the rest of the country. For some reason, we don't seem to do it very much here in Massachusetts, and I think it's time that we do. So let's use flaggers, presumably at a lower cost, rather than using police officers. Thank you.
Richard Barberi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Richard Barberi, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. I fully support this article. I am a retired construction worker. For 34 years, I worked on what's called heavy highway. My specialty was bridges in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. In Massachusetts, we always had uniform detailed officers. In Rhode Island, we had uniform detailed officers and flaggers. Nobody pays attention to the flagger. They have no authority. They stand there, they tell you to stop, go slow. People just fly through the work zone. I'm the guy on the other side of those barrels. I like to have professional protection. Plus, a police officer is also a second set of eyes. He can be a first responder if there's an accident. He could call for help. He can be watching for a Amber Alert or a BOLO. If a situation arises, he can defuse it, or he can have extra help there to quell the situation. So I fully support this article, and I'm still alive today. A set of barrels is not going to protect anybody, but a uniformed officer makes a big difference. Thank you.
Chief Botieri. Michael Botieri is the Chief from the Police Department. Welcome, Chief Botieri.
Thank you very much. I just want to speak on a couple of points that have already been made. The cost of flagmen. The prevailing wage is really similar to the detail rate that we have set. When the actual detail gets billed out and these companies add the cost of benefits, the actual cost hourly wage and hourly cost to these companies is more than a police officer. As we just talked about, the value of having a police officer out there, and as a police department, I'd much rather have officers out there. We have flag men and women in the town. They do a fine job. Those companies decided to get those flag people and to follow the regulation and do that. But every one of them want police. The only reason you see flagmen in Plymouth is because they need to guarantee their work that day, and we totally understand that. We don't want to be stopping work. The value of police officers on those details is extraordinary, and not to bring up the other day, but 6 officers on details responded to Algonquin Heights. They wouldn't have even been working. They were on a detail. They come up, they help us with a quick situation, and then they go back. So I'd urge you to support the article.
Michael Leary.
Yeah, before you sit down, Chief. So, coming back to what Lynn had said, I would say the regular officers get that. So if these retired policemen go out there, they don't get time and a half, right? Wouldn't it be straight time?
No, it's a set detail rate, and I think that it was mentioned time and a half because through contract, the detail rate is set by that. But they will get whatever the detail rate is for the town of Plymouth.
So it would be time and a half even for them?
Well, that's the way it's set, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the other side point I want to make too is, I mean, they're already retired. They're on our insurance program anyway, so I would understand that. So I don't think it's an extra cost anyway, so.
Yeah, there should be no cost at all to the town. Yeah, they'll be responsible for their uniforms, responsible for training. The town manager will appoint them as special police officers with full powers, and they're responsible to maintain their training, firearms training, and all of that on their own. So there's no cost to the town at all.
Edward Russell, Precinct 12.
Let me understand this. It is optional for people that want special detail to have flaggers, is that correct?
Correct.
And what percentage of details in the town are flaggers nowadays?
Very small. There's a specific regulation that identifies a road speed. So a road that has a speed limit of over 45 miles an hour has to have a police officer by regulation. But the roads that have lower mileage can have either a flagman or a combination. And there's a regulation they have to follow. They supply the police department with a safety plan and then a daily contact and those type of things. So in Plymouth, I think there are probably 3 companies that are utilizing flagmen at this time.
And it's their choice to pay more if it does cost more for a police detail, because they've got a choice
Absolutely.
either way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Daniel Gorsica.
Thank you. I just want to comment not only as a resident, but just as a private developer who does a lot of construction in town. When we need police details, sometimes it is hard to fill and we have to use flaggers. I, as a developer and a construction person, would much rather see police details. And if this means to me that we're opening up a pool of police officers that we can grab from that aren't retired but are available to work, then I'd say support it, because I would much rather see police details than flaggers. Thank you.
Nathan Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a few questions, I think, for the chief and maybe the town manager. First, I'm just curious, it just for a specific need that we're trying to address, it just seems a little bit of a broad mandate to me in terms of the officers are appointed for an indefinite term and they're given, the full, responsibilities and powers of a police officer. It just seems, a little bit broad to me. I'm wondering if what the explanation is on structuring it that way. First off, I have a couple questions. I'm just going to.
Sure. Well, the full police powers is something that we're not going to put a police officer out there in full uniform carrying a weapon without full police powers. So that goes along with that. If they do not work, they stop working for a year, the town manager can simply take them off the list. I don't think that it's. I think it's just worded that way because when someone retires and then between retirement and age 65, it's probably only a few years.
Mr. Siegel.
It's sort of a follow-up to that. I mean, I know this is a estimation, but do you have any sense of how often someone who's assigned to this type of detail has to go and pursue some other type of police work during that time?
Chief Potieri.
You mean while they're on the detail, if they have to be activated to do something?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very, very seldom, to be honest with you. That was an anomaly the other day, but very seldom.
Okay. Last question. Can yourself or maybe the town manager speak to what would happen if there was an injury to one of the officers during this time? Does that affect, any kind of claim or workman's comp to the town?
Right.
Chief Potieri.
I'm sorry. So every time you need to introduce me, I forgot that. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'll remind you.
I'm sorry. I apologize. All set? Okay, what was the question again?
If there's an injury to one of the officers during this time.
Okay, so they're covered like any other officer. So if there's an injury under 111B, Section 41 and 111B,
an officer gets a full pay. Now, talking to town council and the retirement board, the way that will be calculated is they would go back the last 52 weeks, 1 year, and average their salary. If they worked one detail a week, which they wouldn't, but that's just an easy way to figure it out, that would be their pay while they're uninjured.
Thanks.
Samuel Butterfield.
Thank you. I'd just like to add my support to the idea of expanding the use of flaggers. Nothing against the police officers, but flaggers, in my experience, are more effective because they have signs which you can see and read from a distance rather than relying on hand signals from an officer, which are often not very easily received or easily seen from a distance. And, you know, I have heard a lot of comment from many people who've had a problem with this, and they often are, you know, criticized by, or you know, by the police officers when they don't see the signal, and they have, you know, nobody wants to get into that kind of a situation. So anyway, I'm not criticizing the police officers. I'm just saying that the use of signs and flaggers, in my experience, not only in Massachusetts, but throughout other states that I've traveled, has been very effective and should be encouraged. Thank you.
Kenneth Howe.
Ken Howe, Precinct 11, I move the question.
It's a motion to close debate. Anyone else care to stand to be recognized? If not, we will now have a voice vote on whether to close debate. Requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. We've closed debate. I've heard people speak on both sides of the motion. This quantum of vote is a majority but requires a roll call. I'm assuming it's not going to be unanimous. We will take this vote by electronic voting. So we're going to be voting on Article 8, and when the light goes on and you see the screen begin to count down, you can begin to vote on Article 8. Article 8 is shown on the screen. Please vote. The timer is now on. For those of you watching, we are at Plymouth Fall Annual Town Meeting. This is coming to you live on Saturday. We are in the Center for Performing Arts at Plymouth North High School. We will continue with the warrant until the lunch recess. We've completed the voting on Article 8, and we will now scroll through the precincts on Article 8. On Article 8, beginning with 1, 2, and 3, you'll see the votes are displayed, and we have all members voting. Now precincts 4, 5, and 6. As we continue with the votings for 7, 8, and 9, town meeting members are checking to make sure your votes are recorded correctly. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 as we continue the voting, and we will conclude with precincts 13, 14, and 15. 135 town meeting members, of which 99 voted in favor, 17 in opposition, 3 abstentions. The motion carries, and we now move to Article. Yes, we had a question on a vote. Yes. Okay, if you could go up to the teller and check your clicker, but Mr. Pizer, do you have her yes vote? 100 voting in favor. Anyone else? Thank you. Article 9A, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to revise the funding sources and thereby amend the vote taken under Article 16A of the 2014 Spring Annual Town Meeting for the restoration of the 1820 courthouse as previously amended. And you have the language, it's a majority and a roll call. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9A. Approval of this article will transfer $1 million from the fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Act estimated annual revenues to reduce the amount of CPC 1820 courthouse debt from $1.5 million to $500,000.
And you'll see we have a presentation from the Chair of the Community Preservation Committee, William Cohen. Welcome, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Bill Cohen with the Community Preservation Committee. The first article that we'll be looking at, first recommendation. There we go. This is a Article 9A, pretty much administrative article where we're applying $1 million towards the borrowing that took place to renovate the 1820 courthouse as part of our new town hall complex. As in consultation with the finance department, we felt it was necessary to aggressively go at this number so we could avoid future interest. There will be a balance of $500,000, which in the spring of 2020 we hope to pay off, so the 1820 courthouse and its renovations would be completed, and that is Article 9A.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we're going to call for a vote on Article 9A. All those voting in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 9B, Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9B. Approval of this article will approve the following budget amendments: will reduce the annual debt service by $20,000, $222, and reduce the fiscal year 20 CPA budgeted reserve by $185,359.
William Cohen.
Article 9B, again, administrative article, as recommended by the Finance Department. The Community Preservation Committee voted to send this article to town meeting to address the issues that have been outlined by the Finance Advisory Committee Chair. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 9C, Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 9 to 0 to 1, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9C. Approval of this article will transfer $1 million from the fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Act estimated annual revenues to reduce the amount of CPC National Pilgrim Memorial Meeting House debt.
Mr. Cohen.
Again, Article 9C, administrative in nature. As you can see, if you pass by Town Square, you'll see the National Pilgrim Memorial Meeting House and its restoration work, facade and roof well underway, hoping to be completed by the December. Just a side note, 1749 Courthouse, which was also at that town meeting, has gone out to bid, and they plan to tighten that building up before the winter. And this article would reduce the borrowing that took place on the National Memorial Pilgrim House by $1 million. And in the spring, we will be addressing the balance of that, hopefully having that also paid off by the spring of 2020.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 9D, Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 8 to 2 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9D. Approval of this article will grant $475,000 from the Community Preservation Fund to the Plymouth Housing Authority for the purpose of constructing 3 deed-restricted affordable housing rental units in the former Oak Street School, which is appropriately located on Oak Street.
It's a majority and a roll call. Mr. Cohen.
Article 9D is a recommendation by the Community Preservation Committee for $475,000 to renovate the Oak Street School for 3 affordable units. One of them would be ADA, all 3 would be ADA compliant with a new ramp that addresses the access to the building. And one of them would be for someone with restricted mobility. As you can see here, there's Oak Street. It was built over 100 years ago. The facade of the building will not change. There's a little playground out back, but that playground would have to be removed for the ADA compliant ramp to allow people to come and go from the building. And there would be additional green space that would be set up in the front of the building so that the building and its grounds can still be interacting with the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood kind of place where kids play, and we hope to accommodate that. The Plymouth Housing Authority is here today to answer any questions. The cost of this recommendation is approximately $475,000. The Housing Authority would oversee these renovations. They would also oversee qualifying people for the units. There's a growing demographic within the Housing Authority's population, people living longer and healthier lives, and not really necessary to move them to nursing homes or assisted care. They may need some help during the evening hours when they get up that they don't fall, or maybe some oversight on their medication. In that accommodation, having an overnight person address those issues would allow people to stay within the Housing Authority for longer periods of time, which studies show is better for their health. And having them consolidated in one building with an overnight person would also be an efficient way of addressing that issue. The Housing Authority already has contracts and staffing for such activities. And we have had the building looked at. There was a local architect, Jeff Metcalf, who was able to come up with some renovations. There's the existing layout of the building, pretty straightforward, simple two-room schoolhouse. And there is the, on the right there, you'll see the plan for the 3 units. We had that put out to an independent cost estimator. It came in that it was around $360,000 to do this. We had to make some adjustments in that request to accommodate architectural drawings and expected costs that may increase over a period of time. But the $475,000 is as a result of the committee's doing its due diligence and trying to make sure that we do everything we possibly can to find out what the actual cost will be. We also went out to CEC Analytical and had the environmental testing done on the site, so we know what that would be. The school department took great care of the building and were required to do studies over a period of time, so we did obtain a building in very good condition and lots of reports to give us an indication of what it would cost to alter the building. So we're confident in those numbers. If those numbers exceed $475,000, the Housing Authority will examine that, and it will be their responsibility to find the additional funding. If it isn't their pleasure to move forward, the money would revert back to the town, Community Preservation Housing Fund. The Board of Selectmen have agreed to turn the building over and have turned the building over to the Plymouth Housing Authority. They have a 2-year lease. They are currently maintaining it, heating it, insuring it. It's not a burden to the town as we speak. If this money is allocated, they will begin the process of going out to bid and getting this work done in the year 2020. Again, the Housing Authority representative, Russ Shirley, is here today if you have any other further questions on Oak Street.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We now continue on with Article 9E, and we have a motion. You have the text of the motion where Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by purchase for open space and passive recreational purposes pursuant to the Community Preservation Program. This will be a majority vote, a roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 9 to 0 to 1, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9E. Approval of this article will appropriate $850,000 from the Community Preservation Fund for the purchase of approximately 53.5 acres of land located on Roxy Cahoon Road, as shown on the assessor's map. The property is significant for its drinking water and aquifer protection, and it lies entirely within a high-yield aquifer area as designated by Mass DEP, and its proximity to a Zone 2 wellhead protection area is also significant.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Bill. Article 9E is a recommendation by the Community Preservation Committee for $850,000 for the acquisition of the Condon property. As you can see, it is located. I shut it off. Oh, there we go, back on. You can see it in blue. It runs in the east from Roxy Cahoon Road to the west to that triangle piece that's coming down, which is the remnant of Camp Massasoit. Above that location at Triangle Pond, that property was developed, but in the process of working with the planning department, there was an agreement to secure this land for preservation. It has been conveyed to the town. This property abuts that property. Location, if you were to get off at exit 2, at the bottom of the ramp, it took a left on Great Herring Pond and then a right on Long Pond Road. You would proceed down the road to Carter's Brook Bridge, where you would veer off to the left, and there's a bridge, and you go over Carter's Brook Bridge, and you would go up the hill, and you would proceed straight ahead. Don't go down Little Sandy Pond Road. out towards Atlantic Golf Course or the Ponds of Plymouth. You would just head down past Camp Borndale. This property, where it's located on Roxy Calhoun Road, is a dirt road. It's across the street from the entrance of the Massachusetts Maritime Academy training facility. And it has a couple of 100 feet of frontage on Roxy Calhoun Road, again, stretching to the west. It does have some unique qualities. As you can see here, another topography map of where things are in relation to this. Also to the east is 1,000 acres. And some of the reasons for this acquisition, the highest reason is the drinking water aquifer protection. It's a high yield area designated by the Department of Environmental Protection. It's near a Zone 2 wellhead protection. It's within a biomap 2 core habitat protection area. It's also partially within a priority habitat for rare species in the pine barren forest. And it's entirely within an EOEA area of critical environmental concern. Community Preservation Committee's been negotiating with this family for almost 3 years. They did put it on the market for over $1.7 million. They had it out there for over a year. As time passed, that number came down to just over $1 million. They again engaged us in the spring of this year. We revised the appraisal. It came in at $850. They agreed to go forward. We were successful in signing a purchase and sales agreement, which protects the town until this day. It's contingent on the vote of town meeting. If this land does not pass today, there are people that are interested in buying the property for development in this location. It's an isolated area down a dirt road. We've had debates today about fire trucks and the cost of services. We've outlined why we want to preserve this, but there's another outstanding issue that's there, and that's the cost of services of the town of Plymouth when we develop in isolated areas, driving up the obligations of the town in a place that's hard to bring services. So it's in many ways helping the town manage its budget in the future, protecting its water supply, and also opening up quite a bit of opportunity when it comes to creating tracts of open space. If you have a chance to go down there, there's a beautiful trail, a number of trails that lead west to Valley Road, which is a very interesting ancient car path in that area where the neighborhood uses a lot of horse riding activity in that area. So it's a very pleasant place to visit, very easily accessible. We will be building a carport there where people can pull off and walk. The corridor is relevant and important. And we think that ecotourism in this area is growing intensely. We're down in the southern part of Plymouth by Buzzards Bay and the Cape Cod Canal. Also, it's important to note this area is an area of importance when it comes to water protection. You can see there that the Zone 2 is just here south there, town water supply, and then the high yield aquifer area is totally in green. Great Herring Pond and the associated island ponds around it are very important as a recharge area. We are working with the Great Herring Pond Watershed Association. This private nonprofit regional group has been able to raise over $38,000 privately to help fund this acquisition. Also, we have another $10,000 that I think it's a total of about $48,000 between the Great Herring Pond Association, their fundraising efforts, and a private citizen here in Plymouth. The Community Preservation Committee, in coordination with the Office of Marine Environmental Affairs and the Wildlands Trust, was able to file a land grant. That land grant was $400,000, and I'm pleased to announce that the town of Plymouth was awarded that grant at $400,000. I do have to ask for the full amount at $850 because it's a reimbursement grant, but we will obviously not be using the $850. And with the $48,000 that's coming in from the private contributions, we'll just be paying just under $400,000 for this very important parcel of land. It's a nice example of how the Wildlands Trust, a nonprofit organization here in Plymouth, Great Herring Pond, private citizens, a family, work together to control the cost of land acquisitions that will benefit the town on a multitude of levels. I just wanted to make note and thank Kim Towers with the Office of Marine Environmental Affairs and Dave Gould and Scott from the Wildlands Trust and the Condon family and the Great Herring Pond Association. And that concludes the presentation on Roxy Calhoun Road.
Further discussion? We're debating Article 9E on your warrant. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. This is Plymouth Town Meeting coming to you live, Plymouth North High School. Mr. Costello.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Quick question, Bill. How much is this piece of property on the tax roll at this time?
It's,
Mr. Cohen.
it's assessed by the town over $1 million. I think
Right,
it's
but what grouping is it in? What tax rate does it pay? How much tax do they send in today, the present owner, to the town? How much tax is coming off the roll if we take over this piece of land?
I would have to refer to the assessor's office on the exact amount, but under Chapter 61, they're paying less than the typical amount that you would pay on it. But if you were to go down to this property and you would develop it for residential purposes, it would far outrank any money that was coming in the form of taxes, whether it was, even if you were able to assess it even further with residential units. When a residential unit comes into Plymouth, you're paying taxes probably $3,500, $4,500 a year, and it's about over $10,000 to $15,000 to educate a child in the school.
No, I fully understand that equation.
So,
All I want to know is what is it presently paying that we're going to be taking off the books? You don't have that answer at this time?
I don't have that answer at the time.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. Could the noes please stand and be recognized? Yes, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. And could you? You say it again?
Stacy Dela Cruz, Precinct 10.
Thank you, Stacy. And anyone else? No. Thank you. We'll now move on to Article 9F. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to appropriate $35,000 from the fiscal 2020 CPA Budget Reserve Fund, Historical Reserve Fund for the preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of the town of Plymouth Bell. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9F. Approval of this article will cover the total refurbishment of the town bell, including a new rocker, electronic ringing system, and returning the long-lost ability to ring the bell by pulling the rope.
Mr. Cohen.
Article 9F is a recommendation by the Community Preservation Fund Committee to town meeting for utilizing the historical fund for the total restoration of the town bell. In 2005, there was some restoration work done by this town meeting, but the history of the bell in the town of Plymouth dates back to 1636. We were the first town in New England to have a town bell. Since then, town meeting has kept the tradition of the town bell up in its maintenance. As you can see here, go through the history there. 1636, the town builds its second meeting house where the town bell is located. In 1697, the bell cracks. The town meeting forms a committee to review and repair that bell. And in 1791, Elizabeth Russell, a resident born here in Plymouth, gives a gift to the town of Plymouth for a new bell. The Russell bell comes in 1791. The bell cracks again in 1801. At that time, the Board of Selectmen enter into a correspondence with retired Colonel Paul Revere, and they develop the Paul Revere bell. It is sent to Plymouth in 1802, and that bell rings until 1892 when there's a fire in the fourth meeting house, a big Gothic wooden church at the location of our current National Pilgrim Memorial Meeting House, the stone building, that tumbles into town square. It breaks into many pieces. At that point, the town engages the Blake Bell Company, which is the grandson of Paul Revere and an apprentice of Paul Revere who owned that company, and they recast the bell, and it comes back to Plymouth in 1897. It's put up into our bell tower, and the bell rings until 1976. Around that time, there is a rocker, a round wheel up in the tower where a rope is fastened. That rope broke, the bell could not ring, and it hasn't rung by hand since 1976, but we were able to repair it with CPA funds in 2005 when we went up to the town bell this year trying to program it for daylight savings time. It rings as a curfew bell, meaning it rings at 7 o'clock in the morning to tell you to get out of bed, tells you at noon to have lunch. At 6 o'clock, it tells you to go home, and at 9 o'clock, it tells you to go to bed. So the bell is simple in its ringing instructions. That was a vote of town meeting to maintain that tradition. And as you can see here, The bell has that 2005 rocker on it, that hammer that bangs on it. There's a little computer there's the crank, the rocker that's been deteriorated, where the rope would have gone. There is the deterioration of the steel. Mind you that this is a bell that's been there since 1897. So it has weathered time fairly well, and the town has been attentive to its responsibility over a period of time, but time has caught up with the bell, and this is the little computer. The 2005 town meeting utilized CPA funds to program the curfew bell. Each year, twice a year, the computer has to be reprogrammed for daylight saving time. We were having trouble with it in the spring of this year. We called the Vernon Bell Company. They came into town, they looked at our computer, but noted that we needed to do a survey on our bell because the yoke in which the bell hangs from is in great disrepair, and that's typical after over 130, 40 years. That has to be repaired. The stanchions on the side of the bell have to be taken to Cincinnati. The Vernon Bell Company is a company out of Cincinnati, Ohio. They recently just recast the Mayflower Bell. This equipment would be going back to Cincinnati where it could be sandblasted and treated. And the wheel would be repaired. So the first time since 1976 we can bring it by a rope. When you look at the National Pilgrim Memorial Meeting House, the stone building, you'll see to the left there's a door. That door is specifically for the town. The town has access to that door. It was developed in 1898 as the separation of church and state, where the town can come in and ring the bell. And in 2005, we formalized that agreement by putting an easement on the building and putting a restriction on the easement for the preservation of the bell. We feel this is a necessary repair. We think that Plymouth has a long history with its bell. Its bell is in needed repair, and I think it's an appropriate use of the CPA fund. Here are some of the electronic equipment that would be updated. Just a side note, next to our town bell, there's a Caroline. It's a big musical instrument owned by Mayflower Society now, once owned by the Unitarian Church, but now that is being looked at for restoration. Former town meeting member from Precinct 1, Enzo Monti, told me an interesting story about this chandelier. There was a gentleman that would ring it, and one night in 1947 on New Year's Eve, he had a little too much excitement there and climbed up in the tower and began playing this instrument, playing St. Louis blues until 3 o'clock in the morning and refusing to come out of the tower. Eventually, he fell asleep and the police were able to get up there and take him away. The story appeared in Time magazine, national magazine, in 1947 of the town of Plymouth and its bell. We hope that you support this restoration effort, and if you vote for it today, we hope to have the bell repaired by the 2020, early 2020, and future repairs and maintenance will be coordinated around the town's manager's office and Wayne's office and JB's office of the Department of Public Works.
Further discussion, Michael Babini.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. A question for Mr. Cohen. The article refers to a preservation restriction, meaning the requirements of General Laws, Chapter 184. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, so when you utilize community preservation funds for historical housing or open space, you're required to go to the registry of deeds and place a restriction. In 2005, we found that it was difficult to put a restriction on a bell, which is a movable object. When you go to the registry of deeds, they're looking for fixed objects. So with our council, we developed a easement, a legal agreement with the owners of the building. At that time, it was the Unitarian Church. It traveled with the new owners, Mayflower Society. That restriction is on file with the Registry of Deeds, and that's where we put our first historical preservation restriction on the easement for the bell. We will do it a second time. Some might think that's redundant. I feel it just sets up a number of legal footprints around a question, so in future generations, they know the importance of this bell to the town.
One more question.
Babini.
Could you please tell us in total what we've invested in this building, including the bell and the windows and the pointing of the building that's going on now, please? Total.
Mr. Cohen, if you're able.
In past town meetings, we have utilized the CPA fund for approximately $15,000 for the earlier restoration to the bell. That is our property. That's our easement, along with this $35,000, so that would be our responsibility. We did have a town meeting article in excess of a couple of $100,000. I'd have to get the exact amount because it was probably 10 years ago. And that was for the restoration of the stained glass windows in the National Meeting House. At that time, it was the Unitarians. We did get an easement. We did get an easement from them to view these windows, and we did put a restriction on those windows. They're not ecclesiastic in nature as much as these windows tell a story about the experiences of the early settlers in their relationship with the native people, signing treaties, landing here in Plymouth. So the windows are very interesting. They're a historical story. So if you ever have a chance, you should visit the building.
I just want to know what the total is we've invested in the building, please.
Got a little sidetracked there, but the window restoration was a couple of $100,000. And then at the fall of 2018 town meeting, we utilized $2,610,000 for the restoration that's going into the roof and siding of the building.
So we've invested approximately $3 million in a building that's tax exempt, pays no tax to the town of Plymouth. I just want to make town meeting aware of this. Thank you.
Samuel Butterfield, we're debating Article 9F.
Just a quick question for Bill. I meant to ask it at our caucus. Will this bell have the capability of remote control access? Most computers and so forth now that are remotely situated are capable of that, so that they can be run from the town hall or the DPW or wherever. Thank you.
Yes, the bell will have a new computer, and that computer will allow the town to actually have an app where they can ring the bell from a remote location. You won't have to go to the meeting house and ring it. You could ring it. That information will be turned over to the Joe Young's office, computer division, so they would have that information for the town to utilize the ringing of the bell. But it will be run by a computer. The computer will be updated, and it will have that technology to allow the town to ring from a distance. But there will be the ability to go to it, as they did in 1636, and ring it from the rope.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. With the noes, please stand. Yes, we have one no. And did you get that, Mr. Pfizer? Could you identify, just for those of you that are sitting in the back, it's difficult from the stage to see who you are. Could you identify yourself? Thank you. Article 10 is withdrawn. Article 11, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to appropriate $300,000 for repair, replacement, and or upgrade of septic systems pursuant to agreements between the Board of Health and residential property owners. You have the text. It's a 2/3 vote and a roll call if not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 11. Approval of this article will allow the town to borrow $300,000 through the Massachusetts Water Pollution Abatement Trust to fund the Title V Betterment Loan Program. These low-interest loans are available to town residents meeting certain income criteria on a first-come, first-served basis to fund septic system replacement. Historically, the funding for this program has been replenished as funds have become depleted.
Further discussion? If not, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. And we move on to Article 12, which is withdrawn. Article 13, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw, Section 201.3, definitions, and to create a new section entitled Accessory Dwelling Units. It's a 2/3 vote. A roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 9 to 2 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 13. Approval of this article will amend the zoning bylaw to allow for accessory dwelling units. This is intended to increase the number of moderately priced long-term rental units in this town and provide an opportunity for rental income to support residents on fixed incomes who wish to remain in their homes.
Discussion, Betsy Hall. We're debating Article 13 of Plymouth's Fall Annual Town Meeting, and this is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. which is located here on Aubrey Street. We're continuing chronologically with the articles, and we'd like to welcome Betsy Hall, who will be speaking on Article 13.
Betsy Hall, Precinct 12. Good morning. I'm going to vote no on this article, and I encourage you to vote no as well. My reasons are as follows. First of all, one of the towns that was referenced as having an accessory dwelling unit bylaw was the town of Sudbury. So, as other towns as well, including Bourne, but I particularly studied this bylaw for accessory dwelling units, the ADUs. In Sudbury, first of all, it requires a special permit, if I'm reading these bylaws correctly, and I think I am. Secondly, all stairways must be enclosed within the exterior walls of the dwelling. Third, any new exterior entrance shall be located on the side or rear of the dwelling. So these are restrictions, and I'll add some more, that Sudbury has put in to their bylaw. Compared to the Sudbury bylaw, our bylaw that's being proposed is pretty free range. There's very few restrictions. Going further with the Sudbury restrictions, the number of ADUs shall never exceed 5% of the total number of single-family residences existed in the town at the beginning of the year on which the application is filed. So Sudbury is saying we're not looking to have our town become a town in which we have a number of two-family homes. We're wanting to limit that. And of course, Sudbury has the same intention as our proposed bylaw, and that is to help people stay in their homes and also to create some affordable housing. Another thing that our bylaw does not, proposed bylaw does not include, in Sudbury it says special permit automatically terminates upon the sale, transfer, or other changes in ownership of the dwelling. So that is not included in our proposed bylaw. So I assume a person could sell what we're calling an ADU, which is actually an apartment, without that restriction. Otherwise, probably Sudbury wouldn't have included it. And finally, Sudbury has a lot of language about affordable housing, how to have these units counted by the state as affordable housing so that the people who rent that unit would be of a certain income. And there's nothing like that in our proposed bylaw. So just giving you that one example of the number of restrictions that are not included in our bylaw, I'd like to continue with my remarks. And that is, first, an accessory dwelling unit converts a single or one-family home to a two-family home. When I was first married, we rented an apartment in Fall River that was about the size of the apartments that you are being asked to approve today. It had a separate entrance. An ADU is simply an apartment by a different name. You are asked to believe that an apartment with a separate entrance is about the same thing as an in-law apartment with a shared entrance, but it is very, very different. Sharing an entrance means family. A separate entrance means tenants who most likely will be people who were previously unknown to the property. So let's call it what it is. This zoning change means that any resident throughout Plymouth in an eligible area can become a two-family home with two apartments with separate entrances with no notification to the abutters. In Plymouth at this time, if you wish to convert a one-family home to a two-family home with separate entrances, you must get a special permit, which requires the notification of abutters. Obtaining a special permit to convert one single-family home in a single-family neighborhood is not unreasonable. It is in fact a very reasonable action, as this action is going to affect the abutters, the neighborhood, and the town. When I looked at both Sudbury and Bourne, they were requiring a special permit for accessory dwellings. The impact to neighborhoods, abutters in our town has not been studied. I recommend that if we want to go forward with something like this, we have actual data to consider. What will be the impact on our towns and neighborhoods if 10% of our eligible homes are converted, or 20%? How will this affect traffic, schools, water supply, septic load, etc.? Many of the statements made concerning this conversion during the presentation forum started with the words, I think or I don't think. We need much more information before creating a bylaw that has huge potential for our town. Please remember that Brockton, Fall River, New Bedford, I'd like to have about 2 more minutes if town meeting is willing. I have a little bit more to go.
Motion to extend for 2 minutes. We'll now have a vote. Well, any discussion?
Sorry.
If not, we'll have a vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. 2 minutes.
Lee Hartman told the COPC at the presentation forum that there are approximately 1,500 residences that have already been approved and permitted in the town of Plymouth, which have not yet been constructed. 900 of these homes are in Red Brook, 400 are in Pine Hills, 400 are at Exit 5, and 100 are in West Plymouth. These numbers represent the major construction programs, but there are also smaller developments as well. This represents a total of 15,000 new daily traffic trips in the town of Plymouth. Most of these will be at Exit 5 and Exit 3, which are already congested. We simply do not have the infrastructure to handle the increase in traffic that will be caused by our already approved projects. Adding the addition of new residences through the ADUs throughout Plymouth will add to the stress many people are already experiencing because of traffic congestion. Quoting Lee Hartman, Director of Planning and Development, he said at the presentation forum, there's been an incredible amount of growth in the past 5 years in the town of Plymouth. This article could accelerate that growth. With this bylaw addition will this bylaw addition actually create solutions that the petition is hoping will create? First, affordable housing. There is no guarantee that these that these units will be affordable. Secondly, talking about elderly people like myself, helping me to stay in my home, it was emphasized at the presentation forum that this is going to be an arduous process.
30 seconds.
So an elderly person is going to have to get permits, get loans. If they're already financially strapped, then they're going to have to become landlords or landladies. I don't really see this as a viable way to keep elderly people in their homes without a lot of stress. Thank you.
David Peck, followed by Malcolm McGregor.
Thank you all. David Peck, Precinct 4, also Vice Chair of the Zoning Board and on the Building Committee. And I want to start my remarks by saying this is, also want to thank Russell Appleyard of the Planning Board, who has been equally pushing for this as an option within our zoning code. Right now we have an allowed family use in-law suite, and it's always struck me as ironic that that's great, you can get those and they're permitted, but the minute the in-law goes to the nursing home or moves out, technically they become illegal, but they're still there. My interest in the ADU all along was, starting years ago, the Boston Globe real estate section, if you watch them and read them, literally once a month or more, they're mentioning accessory dwelling units as an important just part of the options to any given town. I respect Betsy's homework. We did homework as well, because besides Sudbury, there's many other towns that have it. We don't. I would say the state has provided a model bylaw for accessory dwelling units, which I downloaded, and which includes the purpose and the intent, which you heard referred to by Betsy, but they include to provide older homeowners with a means of obtaining rental income, companionship, security, and services, thereby enabling them to stay more comfortably in their homes and neighborhoods that they might otherwise be forced to leave. It adds moderately priced rental units to the housing stock to meet the needs of smaller households and make housing units available to moderate income households who might otherwise have difficulty finding housing. Develop housing units in single-family neighborhoods that are appropriate for the households at a variety of stages in their life cycle, and protect the stability, property values, and the residential character of the neighborhood. Our draft bylaw, and it's a draft, is on page 181 of your book, and you'll see there are restrictions. There are requirements that include, these are tiny, potentially. They're either 25% of the footprint of the house or 500 square feet, whichever is smaller. So we're talking about studios or one bedrooms. They're not massive. The as right part of the bylaw says if there is, except for outside stairs, because these have to meet all safety and Board of Health regulations and parking regulations. They have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals if there's putting an apartment in the carriage house or the garage or putting an addition on. So there are restrictions and regulations that go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and therefore to the abutters. If you take a look at the cost of apartments in Plymouth in places like the Cordage Apartments, the Obery Street, and some of the other new buildings, one-bedroom apartments, the market rate is anywhere from $1,800 to $2,300 per month. That is out of the price range for many starting individuals who are just out of school, a new teacher, a new policeman, a new fireman. These would be just another sort of arrow in the quiver of choices for people. Great starting homes. Betsy mentioned, that she lived in an apartment in Fall River, New Bedford, wherever it was. These would become an option. I would also mention, besides the model bylaw provided by the state, the AARP strongly endorses ADUs as an, again, opportunity for elderly folks either to move into the smaller unit themselves so they can stay in their own home and then rent the larger portion, or to provide rental income for them to afford the cost of living in a larger house. So it basically just broadens the choices to both our older citizens and our younger citizens, and we think it makes sense. And again, I want to thank Russell and others for helping work on it. Thank you. I'm ready to answer questions as well.
Lee Hartman, Director of Planning. Malcolm McGrath. Lee Hartman, Director of Planning Development, on behalf of the Planning Board. Mr. Hartman.
Thank you. We were just debating who should speak. I think David had covered most anything we would have raised also. Just want to point out that the bylaw was supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board unanimously. There were only 2 no votes on the Advisory Finance Committee, and that was more because the no votes were about wanting to have this available for short-term rentals, which this bylaw prohibits. And again, I think my observation on this is that we have between 250 to 300 in-law apartments in this town already. We expect that this will function much like that in-law apartment bylaw that we have today that's been in place for over 30 years already in this town. The only difference is instead of having a shared common entrance, you would have 2 separate entrances. And again, as pointed out, if it's outside of your building, you're going to, outside of your existing structure, you want to do something more than a set of stairs, it's a special permit with the ZBA.
Kevin Lynch, Precinct 13. Mr. Lynch, we're debating Article 13, Plymouth's annual town meeting, coming to you live. Mr. Lynch.
Yes, Kevin Lynch, Precinct 13. When I first heard of this, I was just blindsided, if you want to call it. And the more I read it, the more disturbed I was. And the more people I talked to, the more it got my fears inflated. And I'm looking at this, we're a representative town government, 135 people. We are making a major change in all of Plymouth. Have we listened to the actual people that we are representing? I had to go away for a week, and I literally only could go and speak to a total of 14 people. And as I went around, in the beginning, most everyone said, I'm against it. And I'm thinking, okay, this is pretty good. Then I met 2 people yesterday. One is in a neighborhood association, so that's not going to be allowed, that's for sure. Another one was, I live in a nice neighborhood. And then I spoke to 4 people today. All 4 said, no way. Do we want to change Plymouth? And this one comment was from a former town official. Do we want to turn Plymouth into a Boston, into a Cambridge? Really, when you think about it. Now, here's the thing that disturbed me. Everyone that goes and buys into a single-family residential neighborhood has scrimped and saved and moved a lot of times out of an apartment area. And now the government, the government, are going to come along, pull the rug out from underneath every single-family residential neighborhood and says, oh, by the way, we know better than you. That is what we find In the federal government, they don't listen to us. They'll vote whatever they want. How about the state government, which is providing some of the literature that Mr. Peck is we're going to trust the state government. People expect a heck of a lot more at the local level. My question, how many citizens? Board of Selectmen. How many citizens? Planning board. Oh, they're going to shake their finger at the citizens. Shame on you that you weren't there for the hearing. Shame on us that we are not actually going and throwing it out and having citizens stand up and says, my kids are running the neighborhood. Who's this guy? Two months ago, all sorts of construction, building in the apartment. Now a movie van shows up. Who are you? Oh, I'm moving into the apartment. What apartment? We don't even tell our citizens. Every person I've talked to, what are you talking about? And some of them were using some choice language, and these were some nurses that I heard from another realtor. So the thing that I really, really wish that we could do, we would listen 5 times more than we vote. And I'll tell you something, where we only had 3 weeks to consider this. Come on, let's just de facto table this with a no. Come back 6 months from now. And then we can go and says, I think, and believe me, I'm speaking against this, and it's like, ooh, I'm looked at as the bad guy. It is a good, your heart's in the right place. Your heart's in the right place, but wait a second. Have you actually talked to single-family residential neighborhood dwellers that bought for a reason in there? They let the kids run the street. Now we're going to have it, and by the way, this is not what I want to see all throughout Plymouth in the coming years, okay? And I got these, and lo and behold, apartment for rent, coming to a local neighborhood near you, apartment for rent. What do you think? Is that something we want to see? Is that something that you folks actually are going to vote and tell all? And by the way, every one of your neighbors, you're going to have to go home and says, yeah, I voted. And that means that any neighbor can have those apartments just rammed in there, and they don't even have to tell their next door neighbor that they're living with. Consider very, very strongly. You're going to change the entire makeup of the town by doing this.
Richard Cirque, Precinct 2. We're debating Article 13. Mr. Cirque.
I think this article is a good idea. I think it's important to note that it provides as follows, that you can get it as of right if the principal single-family dwelling and the lot on which it's located conforms to the area and dimensional requirements of the underlying zoning district, or the single-family dwelling and or the lot on which it's located do not conform to the area and dimensional requirements of the underlying zoning district, but the additional dwelling unit does not create any new nonconformities, and the principal single dwelling and the ADU are connected to a municipal wastewater treatment facility. So those are pretty stringent conditions in order to be able to put an additional dwelling unit in a property as a matter of right. Otherwise, it goes to the Board of Appeals for a special permit, and notice is given to abutters and abutters to abutters within 300 feet. So people should not be misled into thinking that if this article passes, additional dwelling units will all be allowed as a matter of right. Only a small number will be. Those that satisfy the conditions that I just read, plus the fact that it has to be contained within the single-family dwelling, and it has to comply with all minimum standards of health and building codes. So if it doesn't satisfy those conditions, it needs a special permit. And I think it should rightly need a special permit under those conditions. So I think the article that's before you strikes the right balance between as of right as opposed to special permit.
Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5. We're debating Article 13. Patricia McCarthy.
I think this is a step in the correct direction. I do have some questions or concerns. Having just retired recently from being a full-time realtor, oftentimes in the business you see possible rental income, and people are advertising their houses with in-law apartments. And there are many, many illegal in-law apartments in our town as well as many others. And there's some questions I had. I did talk to Malcolm this week about them. One of my primary concerns, I wish they were larger, because there's many young couples that really would need more space, or 2 bedrooms, and there's some 2 bedrooms, illegal in-laws around. How are we going to address getting that real number so that people could then make sure that they abide by the regulation of the 2 separate entrances? Because there are many of these apartments existing now that could accommodate 1 or 2 people with the 500 square feet. So that's a question about that. And I really truly believe, I don't think people like me who are elderly aren't going to run around and construct an apartment on my house so I could rent it out to myself and rent the main house out. So I really think we're talking about what's out there now, and that to provide some accommodations for people that can't afford the 2,300. And I'm an absolute fervent proponent of affordable housing. And I just want to know, and I can't tell from the bylaw, is there any kind of a restriction, deed restriction, that they have to be rented out to somebody who qualifies for affordable housing guidelines? So I have more questions than answers, and maybe Lee could, and there are in-law apartments around that are in houses that have septic systems. So I'm not clear as to how you're going to deal with that. And I think it's random that the building department finds out about the illegals that are out there, but we probably all know people who are illegally renting out these apartments that aren't apartments. So I think that this bylaw is trying to address some of these issues, but if anybody could clarify some of those issues for me and for others, and with fair housing, and having been a realtor, I strongly support the concept of creating more affordable units.
Lee Hartman is the Director of Planning Development, responding to Patricia McCarthy, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5. Mr. Hartman.
So some bylaws in other towns have a restriction that these have to count towards your 10% affordable, that they be permanently deed restricted. The problem with that is once you do that, then you're forced to go through a lottery process and you have to select the person who goes through that bid. So we didn't want to do that in this town, so that if you were renting this, you'd have no control over who you wanted to rent this to. And again, I think from what I've heard, people are looking at this as one to rent to a family member. So if we want to count it towards our 10%, we can't, you would not have the control over who you rent it to. The other comment I'd make generally is the reference was to go to maybe a 2-bedroom or a larger, something larger than the square footage we've proposed. My recommendation always, when we look at these, is to take a conservative approach. So we do this, and as Attorney Serkey pointed out, it's fairly restrictive. I don't think there'll be some huge rush to people coming in to do this. If we do it and we think the unit size is too small or the restrictions are too onerous, we can always come back to town meeting and talk about an amendment. So I think the comments that were just made were, why don't we make this a little more accessible? And I think at this point what we're recommending is a conservative approach, see how it works. If we're comfortable with it, we could always come back and make it a little more flexible in the future.
Kenneth Howe.
Ken Howe, Precinct 11, I move that question.
He moves to close debate. I'll now ask if anyone wishes to stand to still be heard. Thank you. We will now have a voice vote on whether to close debate. It's a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. We'll continue with the debate. Karen Keene. We are debating Article 13 in Plymouth's annual town meeting. Karen Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, as Karen Keene, Director of Public Health, I want to address the question of the septic systems. Any building permit would have to come through the Public Health Department, where we would make sure that the septic system was adequate for the additional accessory unit that would be added to the property. Now, as Karen Keene, Precinct 14 member, I would also like to address, when people say you have to listen to your constituents, I agree 100%. My constituents are telling me two things. One, I have worked my entire life to own my home in Plymouth, and now I have to leave because I can't afford the taxes. The second is, I have raised my family here in Plymouth, and wouldn't it be ideal if my children could start their own adult life here as well? These accessory units would give both of those groups the opportunity to do just that. So I urge you to support this article. Thank you.
Randolph Parker, Precinct 7. We're debating Article 13. This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Triffletti. I think, as Mr. Hartman mentioned, we already have an in-law bylaw. And that's a good thing. It used to be, before we revised our zoning bylaws, something that was just done in the building department. Mr. Manfredi would allow these. I believe that we still have to sign a deed restriction. Feels like these people are going down there and signing in blood for the agreement that they are making with the town. And when somebody gets busted or popped with an in-law apartment that's not an in-law, there's really hell to pay at the Zoning Board of Appeals. I saw it happen on White Horse Beach. It was not pretty. It didn't help anybody, and we need to avoid that in the future. This brings us into that future. I think, secondly, since we have this ability already by right, I don't think, as Mr. Hartman said again, you're going to see a substantial or significant change in population growth. Because of this, it's going to let people like me and others keep the homes that we have with an ability to put on that in-law or the accessory structure, live in it. When I'm gone, it can be rented to somebody else, and my kids can go on with their ancestral home. My grandkids will be 5 generations if we make it that far. The enforcement issue is so critical for the building department. How do they know? So let's get real about this. Thirdly, the revenue that this will generate. We're not dividing any lots. We're not tying up Zoning Board of Appeals. We're not tying up all of this process in dealing with the in-law. We're putting on additions. We're upping the building value. We're getting the taxes for it. If you don't have a structure that is on the municipal system, if you've got site sewerage and you're otherwise on a non-conforming lot, that's a special permit. So I think this is well balanced. I think we take a look, going down the road with how this does work, what sort of increases in population or traffic congestion we do see. But I have been encouraging, as have others, for many years, that if you've got a lot that is zoned, say, R40, an acre of land, or 3 acres of land, I think of the people down around the Six Ponds area with these beautiful, magnificent lots, and they've got one single family home. Gee, if they could have a separate guest house with a bedroom, they could have relatives visit, they could have all sorts of stuff happen and bump up that revenue source too. So I strongly encourage this, and I hope in the future we can think more like this, because this is good for the town as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
William Cohen.
Thank you. Maybe Lee can answer this question, but first, I often say this, and that is when town meeting makes changes to your bylaw, be very careful to analyze that. That's the greatest power that you probably have, other than passing a budget, is playing around with your bylaw, because it does affect what the town of Plymouth will look like in the future and what it will cost to live here in terms of the impact on community services. So be very careful when you make changes to your bylaw. I had a question to Lee. Does this modification, first of all, it's not as of right now. That's for in-law. This would be for non-blood relatives, separate entrance. What stops someone from moving into the smaller unit and renting the larger part of the house to a family with 3 children, driving up costs around the school? And do people have to owner occupy? Could someone come in and buy a house, do the in-law, and then have a little business and live somewhere else? So those are the things that I have reservations about, if you can speak to those.
Lee Hartman, Director of Planning Development, responding to questions.
It has to be owner occupied. So if the owner is in the smaller unit and the renters are in the big one, that's fine. If the owners are in the bigger unit and renting the smaller, but it has to be owner occupied.
I have noted in the world of real estate that happens more often than not, where someone will move into the smaller unit, rent out the larger section with children, and now we have a cost of service issue. Thank you, Lee.
We have a rule speaking priority for town meeting members, although Ms. Hall has previously spoken. Betsy Hall.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. One, I asked Lee Hartman at the presentation forum, does this apply to Ponds of Plymouth, all the homes in Ponds of Plymouth? And what I understood him to say is that yes, it does. And that affordable housing, what I'm reading, is best situated near services and near public transportation. So when you put affordable housing way out where there's no public transportation and far from services, it really is not exactly the best situation for affordable housing. The second thing I want to say is that we have an aquifer that is limited. And I would love to see, before we make any more zoning changes in this town, that we do a sustainability study. How many actual residences can our aquifer can afford? How many car trips can our infrastructure handle? So I really would like to see us not go forward with this until we have studied it and know how it's going to affect many, many different aspects of all of our lives. Remember, this bylaw creates an apartment coming to your neighborhood. Thank you.
Donald Williams, we're debating Article 13. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I was concerned with the remark that said that somebody could go into the smaller unit who owned a house and then they could rent to a larger family that would require schooling of children and services. Well, chances are, if that person were in that situation, that they would have one option, and that would be to sell the house. Who would they sell the house to? They'd sell it to a family with 3 children, the same amount. So we're not gaining anything by taking the right away of this person to continue to live in their house, but we're gaining a whole lot in terms of PR, in terms of fairness. If Plymouth is truly the town of American fairness, this is what we should be thinking about. And we're not going to be selling ourselves short by selling it, by putting somebody into a smaller place, renting the house out to a 3-bedroom, to 3 children, because they're going to sell it to a family with 3 children anyway.
Russell Shirley, we're debating Article 13. This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Mr. Shirley.
Again, I'm speaking as a citizen, though I'm going to use my experience on the as a commissioner on the Housing Authority to let you know the waiting lists keep on getting longer and longer and longer. And there are people that are on the waiting list that have been on the waiting list for 3 to 5 years, and we go to them to find out whether or not they're ready to take an apartment. They've left because they couldn't afford the taxes on their home. This is a mechanism that will allow the elderly that have lived there all their life to maintain their home. And it's very important that we do that because we have a very limited housing stock that's really, truly affordable. I deal in public housing. Affordable housing in Plymouth based on the formulas of HUD are based on Cambridge and Boston rents. So when you look at single bedroom units, efficiency apartments, you're talking about affordable being, and it's going to be raising again in 2020. We're going to take this up at our next meeting. It's going to be $1,900 a month, $2,000 a month, and that's not affordable. If your tax bill continues to go up like mine does, $250 every year, $1,000 every 4 years, it's not long before you can't afford to live there anymore. So let's give the elderly a mechanism, and possibly we can work something out with the Affordable Housing Trust to make these renovations affordable. But let's move forward and give the elderly in our community a right to stay here in the community that they love. Thank you.
Virginia Davis, we're debating Article 13, and this is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Ms. Davis.
I just wanted people to think, if this is to save money, now I live in my house, and I want to add on an apartment, that means my septic system has to be bigger. Minimally, probably, it would cost me $200,000 to add something on and do septic. So I don't think that's a very good argument for staying in your house.
Amy Hine, Precinct 14. We're
So
debating
I'm-
Article 13.
Generally in favor of the article, but I do live in the Ponds, so I know that I'll have neighbors that would be very concerned about their neighbors building apartments, adding onto their houses. However, we're all on septic, so I'm just curious how difficult, and maybe Karen can answer this, it is if you want to request an upgrade to your septic, if you only have a 4-bedroom septic and you're adding this apartment, how difficult is that? And do abutters have to be notified if you're doing that, if you're upgrading your septic?
Anyone care to respond to a question regarding upgrading a septic system in connection with this Article 13, which we're debating from the warrant of the fall annual town meeting? Once again, we're going to hear from Karen Keene, and she's now the Director of the Department of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Keene, Director of Public Health. 2 different paths can be taken. If you are on town sewer, what will happen is you have to make sure that, well, your sewer capacity would be adequate for what you're doing. If you're on septic, what will happen is there'll have to be a review to make sure your septic system is big enough to what you're adding to. If you have a 4-bedroom house and you have a 4-bedroom septic system, that septic system would have to be upgraded. So,
Can't hear
if
you.
wells, okay, so the question was, does anyone have to be notified? If there are wells included on the property and you're not served by town water, then the wells have to be a variance, meaning it has to be less than 100 feet away from your septic system. It has to go before the Board of Health for approval. That's a variance. If there's no variance required, then it would just go through the Department of Public Health.
Yes, you still have time.
Okay, we have artesian wells, so we have like a water company for the neighborhood. So how does that work?
Also, Lee Hartman, Director of Planning and Development, further responding.
So I think if you look at your example that you talked about with the Ponds of Plymouth, if you have, say, a 4-bedroom house and you want to create an in-law apartment, it's almost impossible to do that without an addition. So you're going to go from a 4-bedroom house to a 3-bedroom house with a 1-bedroom apartment. But if you wanted to do that addition and you're going to add on a 4-bedroom, adding a 5th bedroom, that's going to be a special permit and notified of abutters.
Kevin Lynch. Mr. Lynch.
Real quick observation I've seen happen quite a bit, and that is the last speakers usually resonate a lot louder than the beginning speakers. And I made my points, but I also observed that by doing that, it had a lot of people rise up out of their seats saying, wait a minute, I got to get down there and speak for it, that's good because your heart is in the right place. All of ours is. The only thing I'm asking you folks to do is vote no today as a means to buy us time to really discuss it and perhaps even do a little bit of polling. We had people say that, well, I asked my constituents, and I agree. I don't want to be looked at as the bad guy. Yet my students would always say, okay, Mr. Lynch, you're Mr. Grinch, whatever, please. But at the same time, you know, those apartment dwellers do not have a stake in the neighborhood. The owners do. And what we need to own up to, sorry for the expression, we have to man up and be able to go to our neighbors. I voted today so that that neighbor and that neighbor and that neighbor can put in apartments by right, and they don't even have to tell you. And I'll stand tall. And I'll say to everybody, hey, did you vote for that? I says, absolutely not. I spoke vehemently against it. But I spoke against it to buy us time. Do we need to actually go and, because we're having stuff flying back and forth. And that's what I've seen, and we're kind of sometimes flying by the seat of our pants. What does your gut say? Can you go home and tell your next door neighbor, I voted to put apartments in our neighborhood? Give us some time. Thank you.
Richard Cirque, Precinct 2.
In brief response to Ms. Davis's question and to Ms. Keene's comments, the bylaw says that if you're not on town sewer, you need a special permit. That means notice to abutters, and abutters to abutters within 300 feet. So if you're not on town sewer and creating the septic capacity for the additional apartment is beyond your financial means, the issue is dead. And you need not worry that somebody next door is going to be doing it if that person is not on town sewer.
Michael Leary, Article 13.
Yeah, one other point I'm going to add to Karen Keene's statement was if you're on a well and a septic system on the same lot, Title V sets a regulation in there. You can only have one bedroom per 10,000 feet, square feet. So basically, you can't really add these on. There is something in place that'll limit the number of bedrooms on a well and a septic system lot, which is probably 3/4 of Plymouth. So there is other regulations.
Further discussion? If not, we'll be taking a vote. This will be a roll call vote by electronic voting. It's a 2/3 vote, and it will be taken by roll call. We'll be voting on Article 13. The voting will begin when the light goes on and the screen begins to count down the seconds. We're voting on Article 13. You can vote now. We'll continue until the lunch recess, and thereafter we will resume 45 minutes after the lunch recess. You're down to 7 seconds as you vote for Article 13. We will go through the precincts, and you can watch to make sure that your vote is properly recorded. We've completed the voting on Article 13, and we're now going to watch through the precincts. First, precincts 1, 2, and 3. This does require a 2/3 vote. We're going to continue. We see on the screen that we have 3 precincts at a time. Now 4, 5, and 6 are being shown. You'll see the green is yes, the red is no, the yellow is abstention. 7, 8, and 9 have voted, and we're showing that on the screen. We continue with 10, 11, and 12, as shown on the screen. And we'll be concluding with our last 3 precincts, 13, 14, and 15. It requires a 2/3 vote, and we'll now show the total, and we have a total 72 having voted in favor, 49 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion fails. Article 14, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of the parcel listed below on file with the town clerk. It's off of Rocky Pond Road, 2/3 vote, roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 14. Approval of this article will transfer a 23-acre tax title property that the Open Space Committee has identified as highly valuable land worth protecting from the town treasurer to the Conservation Commission. The property is located completely within a National Heritage Habitat and a Zone 2 aquifer protection zone, and it abuts substantial existing protected open space held by the Department of Environmental Management, the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife, and Plymouth Conservation Commission.
Dory Stoley is speaking on behalf of the Open Space Committee. Welcome, Dory Stoley.
I'm Dory Stoley, Vice Chair of the Open Space Committee. I have a 3-minute presentation. The article and associated maps are on pages 185 to 193 of your handbook. Why this particular parcel? The Open Space Committee reviews properties, assessing numerous factors. This parcel is noteworthy for many reasons, the top 3 being that it protects our drinking water in several ponds, it links existing open space, and it supports biodiversity. This enlarged map depicts the location of the 23.25-acre parcel. Plymouth is shown in beige, Miles Standish State Forest in light green. The green star marks the general location of the parcel in the northwest corner of Miles Standish State Forest. On this map, the off-Rocky Pond Road parcel is shown in white in the center. It is within Aquifer Protection Zone 2 for the South Pond well, shown as a red circle. Also, it is contributing area to significant water bodies for Little Widgeon, Powderhorn, and Widgeon ponds. This map also illustrates how the parcel links existing open space lands. Note that all the parcels around it are various colors. These represent ownership by the Department of Environmental Management, Division of Fisheries and Wildlands, Wildlands Trust, or the Conservation Commission. Additionally, and you can see the details on page 191, the off-Rocky Pond Road parcel is encircled by lands that are designated by the state as natural heritage habitat, priority habitats of rare species, thus important to biodiversity. Other reasons to permanently protect this area are that it is a beautiful forested parcel with few invasive plants, and it is a good location for a spur trail from the Bay Circuit Trail. And in terms of climate change resilience, it has great worth, as forested areas provide cooling effects, reduce erosion from our increasingly heavy rainfall, and filter water on its way to the aquifer. Also, trees store carbon, helping to mitigate climate change. Based on these factors, the Open Space Committee ranks this property as highly valuable and recommends transfer to Conservation Commission. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 15, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to accept a document entitled Plymouth Center Waterfront Master Plan Update dated October 2019, or take any action relative thereto. It's a majority vote. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11 to 0 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 15. Approval of this article will accept the updated Plymouth Center Waterfront Area Master Plan, which has been updated to reflect current conditions and future goals for the Plymouth Center Village. The master plan will be used to guide public investments and private development over the next decade.
Discussion. Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 16. Article 16, I have no motion. Hearing no motion, I declare no action. Town meeting is in recess at 11:54. Noon session of the Plymouth Fall Annual Town Meeting. I'd like to remind town meeting members that when you check your vote, when it's shown on the screen, if it's incorrect, you need to jump up at the end of the time that the 15 precincts are shown. It is not going to be able to be changed if you wait 5 or 10 minutes later. I did have someone after the break indicate to me that her vote was not correct. We cannot change it now because it would create a problem for other town meeting members who may want to change their vote after talking to people. So You can get up, you can point of order, you can interrupt the meeting. I ask that you normally wait until we've scrolled through all the precincts, and if I start to go to the next article and you didn't get a chance, just jump up and interrupt me. We want to get the votes correct. So at this time, we're going to continue with Article 17. Now, I would like to announce to town meeting that this morning, as we have every morning, there are posted meetings, Board of Selectmen, School Committee, Planning Board, and the Advisory and Finance Committee. The Advisory and Finance Committee did meet before town meeting. They did consider this article. They did take a vote, and you will hear from the Advisory and Finance Committee, and you have that language in the packet. So I'd like to refer you to the motions packet, and I'd like to recognize Kevin Canty, who can update town meeting as to the action undertaken this morning by the Advisory and Finance Committee. Kevin Canty.
As the moderator indicated, the Advisory and Finance Committee voted to reconsider this article at our meeting this morning. This reconsideration was done once it became clear that a motion to amend the article would be made on town meeting floor. We reconsidered the article because otherwise, as a practical matter, our recommendation to you would have been outdated. The committee heard the petitioner's new presentation and also got input from Lee Hartman and Malcolm McGregor this morning. Our committee voted to reconsider the article, and then once the reconsideration was done, we voted to amend the article. Our committee voted to amend the article in order to be in line with what the proposed amendment that otherwise would have been made on town meeting floor would have been. And as such, the main motion has been changed, and the motion that would have been made on the floor is no longer necessary. So, that's the lay of the land. And in a vote of 8-5 to 0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends that town meeting approve Article 17. Approval of this article will amend the zoning bylaw to allow for retail-only marijuana establishments in the highway commercial district. The committee believed the change to retail only made this proposal a good use of the highway commercial district, since presently that is largely a retail area. This is in contrast to the original proposal to allow all varieties of marijuana establishments in the highway commercial district, which the committee did not support.
Thank you. I believe the Board of Selectmen are in support, although they did not take up this new change this morning at their meeting. And at this time, I'm going to call on the petitioner, Brendan Brady, who will provide us with a petitioner presentation. Welcome, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A brief presentation. Thank you all. I just want to open this and reiterate the fact that I have no intention of opening any kind of marijuana business, investing in any kind of marijuana business, and I don't even currently use marijuana. I also want to thank the FinCom committee for rehearing and approving the amended article, and I actually have to thank all of you for that amendment, because it was based on the feedback that came from the caucuses that thinking about industrial marijuana uses, such as grow houses and distribution facilities, was not a good use for highway commercial, and I would tend to agree with that. The highway commercial area is largely retail, and I think by restricting marijuana businesses to retail only, that's a good use, and it strengthens the article. The whole point of this article, though, is something that has come up a lot today. We have said so many times that the taxes in this town are becoming too much of a burden on our residents. We've had several articles brought before us today that have mentioned that seniors are being taxed out of our town. It is not just the seniors, though. This burden is falling on seniors, middle, and young alike. But I don't see this as the main problem. It is a symptom of bigger problems. When I first went before the FinCom, Harry Helm informed me, or all those present, that currently in this town, businesses only account for 13% of our economy. That means the vast majority of the costs to run this town are falling on the backs of our residents. That is an unhealthy economy, and it is unsustainable. So we have made a small step forward to try to encourage new business growth in this town by allowing the marijuana industry into Plymouth. We decided that we would restrict it to just the industrial zones. For the time being, we want to wait and see how this goes. To date, we have approved 3 of the 4 licenses, and all 3 of those licenses are going to businesses in the West Plymouth Industrial Park. Now, Wynn Gerhardt came up here in the spring to try to get ahead of this very issue, to put a motion to force these businesses to equally distribute themselves around the town. And we have already lost that opportunity in a 6-month time. So we are losing control of where we actually want these businesses to be already. And you have to ask yourself, could you find 3 liquor store owners who would be willing to set up shops within 2,000 feet of one another to compete for business? A business that nobody actually needs, not everybody wants. There is only so much business available. And yet, these 3 businesses are more willing to take a chance to fail than go to the alternative that we've given them in Camelot Industrial Park. And when you look at the zoning maps that I provided in the packet, you can see why. At Camelot Industrial Park, there is a sliver of area available to these businesses to use, and that area is already almost at capacity. And yet, right next door in the highway commercial zone, a zone that not much more than a decade ago was industrial zone, there are 6 vacancies, and that is as of yesterday morning, so that is an accurate number. 6 empty businesses. That is a poor use of our town resources, and it is a poor way to encourage business growth in this town that is needed to help alleviate the tax burden on our citizens. This issue is bigger than marijuana. This is about making better use of the resources in our town to encourage business growth so that they can start paying for our bills for us. We treat our residents as cash cows. We keep raising our costs, we struggle cutting them, and yet we have to keep asking them for more and more and more every year. As a town, we need to be a little bit more proactive about encouraging business growth in this town in reasonable ways. Making use of a zone in this town that has 6 vacancies is a reasonable use to try to help a business succeed. When I leave here today, I want to be able to go back to my constituents and tell them that instead of just sitting here all day and going through the list of all the things that are going to cost them more and more money next year, and each year after this, where we do this each time and talk about all the things that are going to cost us more and more and more money, I want to be able to tell them that today I made a choice to encourage business growth in this town. It's much needed. It might not be the best business. It might not be a business that some of you would prefer to see in the highway commercial zone, but we owe it to our residents to help that business try to succeed so that we can alleviate the burden on them. We owe more to them than to just go back meeting after meeting to our residents and ask them for more and more money. I thank you all for your time. I sincerely hope that you will join me in supporting this article today.
Brigida Keene. We're debating Article 17. She'll be followed by Leonard Vaz. And then we have Mr. Kelly. Brigida, did you care to be heard? Please come forward.
Yes, good morning, town meeting members.
Mr. Vaz, you'll be after her. Brigida.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen, and fellow town meeting members, I can't be as eloquent as Mr. Brady right now. I'm still suffering from a cold. But I'd like to thank you for less than a minute of your time. Article 17 has been presented to you as a business case with supporting data from out of state. In Article 17, the conclusion drawn from the premises is so weak that the argument would fail any high school debate class. The article is written as a business case, but the economic argument is not dependent on location. It's dependent on host agreements, which are a function of liquor licenses. Any successful marketplace requires competition. Let's compete in a small footprint on quality and price. Let's say it again. Let us compete in a low-impact, small footprint on quality and price. This will lessen the negative impact and bring the town the highest value overall. Marijuana does not behave as a Giffen good, and for those of you that remember that from your business class, healthcare behaves as a Giffen good, i.e. the more they are, the more money you make. That's not marijuana. Please, let's get this one straight before we jump in without an analysis worthy of the topic. Thank you very much. I please implore you to vote no on Article 17 until we actually study what's happening with the 3 locations that will open shortly. Thank you.
Leonard Vaz, followed by Thomas Kelly. Mr. Vaz.
Yes, good afternoon, town meeting members. Once again, where is our society going that we're promoting marijuana in a retail area such as Exit 5? We'll have limited signs that'll say, "Get stoned next to exit." It is humorous. It's illegal to be driving under the influence of marijuana. We're going to change the name of the highway, Stone Highway, where people are going to be coming off the highway so it's convenient for them to buy marijuana. They can get stoned and get back on the highway and drive stoned. Is it what our society is becoming? Years ago, it used to be on television. Your brain fried in a frying pan from smoking marijuana. Today, it's accepted. I have never tried marijuana. I don't care to try marijuana. I do smoke a cigar occasionally. But I've never tried anything that would change my life or my lifestyle. And I would urge you folks to vote no on this article. As a town meeting member for a lot of years, I could never believe that this town meeting member would be voting on items such as this. Thank you, and please vote no.
Thomas Kelly, followed by Wynne Gerhard. We're debating Article 17, Plymouth Town Meeting. And welcome Mr. Kelly to the afternoon session of our Plymouth Town Meeting. Mr. Kelly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Kelly from Precinct 6. I want to remind everybody that about 4 years ago, maybe there was a lot new, some of the people have changed in this organization, but 4 years ago we were told by the selectmen, Mr. Hartman, the planning board, that we needed to designate a location for these establishments. That was a vote we took. At the same time, there was a petitioned article, I believe, from Mr. Stryer that wanted to put them in every business district. We voted to put them in the industrial park and Camelot Park with the locations. That's what we voted on their recommendation, the planning board and the finance committee at the time. So we're going back and saying, well, let's stick one here, and then maybe we might need one at the Pine Hills, then we'll need one at Cedarville, and maybe at Four Corners. So we're eroding our own plan. And when I look at it, there's financial interests in a certain presenter that might get up here, okay? And that certain presenter didn't make a lot of clear remarks to the Board of Selectmen when they did the original host agreement from Four Daughters. They flipped the license overnight and made a ton of money. Then the company then flipped again to Harvest Health, for $850 million. Now, in that host agreement, it says they have to maintain a ownership agreement of 51%. The present Verano Holdings is 75% Verano and 21% Brian Stryer. So don't think this is just, as the petitioner says, moving it out of North Plymouth. There is another avenue that the individual at our caucus admitted to having, that he is going to file for a license. And there's a lot of this at the State House, because I follow it, that they are saying this is not in cut and dry, these host agreements. The 3% is, and the excise tax is, but all your other agreements aren't in statute. So there's an attorney that sits on the commission who doesn't vote on the issuance of the licenses, because she represents companies that if the state legislature doesn't change it to address these problems in the statute, they'll probably file suit against the state, because they're taking the position they're being held hostage and have to pay up to do business. But that's not the case. The case is this is big money. I stood up here a couple years ago and said, here's the company now, and here's the company not later. This is a perfect example. Family members on 4 daughters here, 1 guy on here with 2 of the biggest players in the industry over here. Got the license for profit, nonprofit, now it's a profit. So let's not be had again, okay? We were had with the nuclear industry with the money. Everybody said, oh, look at all the money. Now we're left with a big problem, okay? That wasn't the best deal. So we were the guinea pig for the industry. Let's not be the guinea pig for the pot industry, ladies and gentlemen. There's no reason it's not waiting. I'd like to have Mr. Come up and give us an opinion on a guy that's been doing this for 40 years. Malcolm McGregor, I'm sorry.
You're looking for a response from Malcolm McGregor? Malcolm McGregor is the chair of the Plymouth Planning Board. Welcome, Mr. McGregor. Responding to Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The planning board voted twice in denial of this project. And we did that because of our original motion that the zones stay the same. At this point, we do not have any data or any feeling as to what's going to happen with the 3 units that have been approved. That was the main rationale. Going into Colony Place, Shops at 5, presents another problem because the nature of that area is changing substantially. We've lost businesses. We've now had a 300 and some odd unit 40B, so it's becoming residential, perhaps smaller retail and more residential in the Shops at 5 area. It's very difficult to predict, but we do not want to obscure our goals with something that changes the tenor dramatically. Aside from that, if they need a shop near the highway commercial, they can put one at Camelot Park, which is about 100 feet or 200 feet away. Thank you.
Wayne Gerhard, followed by Everett Malaguti. We're debating Article 17 on the warrant. Welcome, Wayne Gerhard.
Good afternoon. Wynne Gerhardt from Precinct 13. And I was referenced earlier on my previous article. I have to commend, I think Brendan Brady did a huge amount of research and much better job than I did, I think, in presenting some of these arguments. But I do really, truly want to underscore what he says about needing revenue in this town. I mean, we talk about all of the projects, we talk about the money it's going to cost. We've just had some new disasters in this town. I know I hear from my senior citizen neighbors and others about the taxes. And I think the select board focused on the revenue aspect and approved it unanimously. And I do think that we can't, I hear the argument that, and certainly I think Precinct 13 the industrial park is entirely in our district, so whatever the impact is going to be, we'll be feeling it directly. I think that there's been this idea that somehow putting all of these retail establishments in the industrial zone would sort of seal them off in some ways from anything else around it. As Brigitte said, let's see what happens in a confined area. But we are not competing just with each other. We're competing with other towns. Kingston, right up the road, is putting a retail marijuana shop right in their commercial area. Wareham has done the same thing. And I do really feel that accessibility is important for the consumer. We're a big town. I still feel we do need to spread out these establishments, both for revenue purposes and for the consumer. We could be losing business pretty quickly to Kingston and not maximizing our revenue, which is what I think our goal is. The other thing is that there's 3 already in our industrial zone. There are 4 licenses available, so there's still a 4th one out there. And I feel my constituents do not want to see it in the industrial zone, in our industrial zone, which is already bearing that impact. Spreading it out to the highway commercial would give another place for an establishment, again, for consumer accessibility and for revenue. When I was doing my petition article, I heard over and over again, well, we could very quickly have a 5th applicant available because it's dependent on the number of liquor stores. So there is no place for a 5th applicant to go at this point, if we get to that point. The other thing I want to address is some arguments that are based on the nature of the environment at the Shops at 5 or the Grove. I think the issues about what else is around that area, you have to look at both the West Plymouth Industrial Zone and the highway commercial. The issue of children and whether or not children are going to be impacted by seeing these shops. In the West Plymouth industrial area, there are many, many more facilities presently where children congregate regularly. There's Rising Tide, there's 2 alternative high schools, there's the Boys and Girls Club, Plymouth Fitness has children's activities. There are restaurants in that area, Dick Quintel's pizza shop and produce market, farmer's market is right across the street from one of these applicants. And so children are going to see these, they're already in pipeline. Children are going to see these establishments. I think that the argument about the Grove somehow being detrimental to children certainly applies in even more strong terms into the industrial park. The other thing is if you really know what the law says about these establishments, they're innocuous. They're not going to have big signs on the highway. They can't even have big signs on their buildings. They look like a dentist's office in some ways. And when you look at what the regulations say, they can't have a big sign, they can't have visible product outside. And liquor stores, on the other hand, are allowed to have neon signs, advertisements. Very clearly, children see those all the time. So I'm just throwing out a few kind of counter arguments to some of the arguments I've heard. But in sum, I am going to vote for this, and I would urge you to think about your constituents and the need for revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Howe.
I'm going to fool everybody. Ken Howe here. I have a few questions. One, a few years ago, we voted to have these establishments in town. To this hour, I don't think we got a damn dime on taxes because they're not open. Why, I don't know. I don't know, I think it was either 3 or 4 establishments. Personally, I'm in favor of this move. I think spreading it out would be a great deal. So I'm definitely voting in favor of it.
I'd recognize Everett earlier, Everett Malaguti. And the gentleman standing over here, are you an elected town meeting member? Are you an elected town meeting member?
Am I a what?
An elected town meeting member?
I'm a citizen.
And you're welcome to be here. We have a rule that we're going to call on the elected representatives first, and then I'll call on you next. You can stay there. Yep. Mr. Malaguti.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. I'm not a user as well as the presenter of this was, and nor will I ever be. But I do support this article. I support it not just from the revenue stream of the taxes collected on it, but I support it in the revenue stream of keeping the commercial and industrial property that we have viable into the future and not have it revert to multifamilies or residential that will eat into more of taxpayers' pockets. I believe that having this establishment go into the highway commercial will also preserve the industrial area, as the industrial area is now turning into more retail than it is industrial. And we approved, I believe, a couple of town meetings ago to increase the height in the industrial zone to help bring larger businesses and bring more tax revenue into the town. If we keep allowing to have retail go into the industrial zones, we lose having the traction of having a higher tax base and higher paying jobs to more low wage minimum jobs as we have within the retail environment. I believe the highway commercial is the best area to start having this discussion, to allowing marijuana facilities into there, to maximize the use, to have in place an existing entity instead of having vacancies throughout the entire town, eroding our complex but minute commercial and industrial land. Thank you.
Edward Russell, followed by Randolph Parker. Mr. Russell, on Article 17.
I support marijuana being sold in the town. I see the tax gain. And I have one troubling thought about, are we pulling the rug out from under people that have followed the rules and they've invested heavily in a place that we've mandated for them? And if I thought that all three were billion-dollar companies, I'd say, fine, pull the rug out from under them. I just don't know whether we're really disadvantaging anybody, and maybe we should just give them a little headway, a little start for a couple of years so they could get their feet on the ground. Just a question.
Randolph Parker, followed by Michael Landers.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, Mr. Russell, I can attempt to answer that question. I don't know if it really relates so much to future occupation of the light industrial zone. The light industrial is still in the mix. We can't go backwards for the people that have made those investments. They'll still have cultivation and distribution. This is only for retail sales. I think, of course, that it's a wonderful compromise to the formal proposal that we listened to at one time for general commercial. Between GC and LI, this is pretty good. I found Mr. Vaz's commentary enlightening. Should my relatives come visit from either the Midwest or the Carolinas, I'm going to advise them to stay at the Hilton. By then, we may well have a cafe license that can be acquired, or a lounge license. So the highway commercial is certainly appropriate. Come the 2020 census, what now is a capacity for 4 of these tied to the liquor licenses is going to become 5. So we might see a couple in this district, and that's all. I've heard over the years since we started with this, and at many of the meetings that I have attended in this regard from light industrial owners and occupants. And what I've heard is what a ridiculous waste of resources. It should not be entirely in the light industrial, and this gives us the opportunity. I think that we need to get over the stigma. I think this is going to be a transition for us. I think this is a reasonable transition. We can deal with it now. We can deal with it later. If we can deal with it now, we can see the revenue in the interim, and I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Michael Landers, followed by Catherine Holmes. We're debating Article 17. Mr. Landers?
Yeah, Mike Landers, Precinct 13. When the original proposal came through, I was
somewhat elated to think that finally we'd be looking at some other part of town than just putting everything in one little box over in West Plymouth. Because originally, when we first started discussing this after the vote went through with the state, to all of the voters, I thought, well, this would be great if we could have them kind of situated around town in various parts of the town, so that they could develop some local customers that wouldn't be driving miles and miles to get to another location. However, when I first saw the proposal on this one, I was concerned about having a grow facility there, and I said, I don't think that. I think it's too close to things like PCIS and other things, and had a negative connotation to me. However, watching the Shops at 5 transition to the Groves, has anybody seen trees there? Anyway, it transitioned to the Groves, and so it's, and I've watched stores go out. Stores are relocating to the more popular spots over near Market Basket and out to Route 80 and those areas. And I think it's kind of a shame that we've neglected promoting in various ways the businesses in that area. I think purely from a retail standpoint that a shop like this might actually spur a little bit of the retail business out there, because, I mean, my God, wouldn't you love to have a candy store next door? And, I think they might see some other shops wanting to come in. So I see that as a positive. I see the fact that we're spreading it out a little bit in the town to be a positive. And I do think that the time is now to move on this, because I heard yesterday from a friend of mine who works for the town of Carver. They're very close to moving forward on a shop down there. We've heard about these other ones. If we get shops in now, they're going to establish their customer base, which, as we all know, customers are very loyal to the places that they shop. And which means that we're going to get the maximum revenue at this point from those places, as opposed to these other places coming in outside of Plymouth, and they're going to end up getting the revenue and the taxes that we would get because of this. So I am in favor of this. I hope that you'll all support it.
Catherine Holmes.
Mr. Moderator.
Do you have a procedural motion?
Yes, sir. Jeff DeLapp, Precinct 11. I'd like to move the question.
We'll take that first. I give priority to that. That is a motion to close debate, and it is not debatable. Anyone who cares to be recognized. Are you a town meeting member, sir?
Yes, sir. Precinct 11.
Precinct 11. And again, the name?
Jeffrey DeLapp.
Jeffrey DeLapp. Thank you, Jeffrey. Any further discussion or any questions? We don't have debate on this. I'm now going to call for a vote. It's a voice vote, and it's a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of closing debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. I am in doubt. We'll have a roll call vote. It's a 2/3 vote. So please get your clicker. A yes vote would be to close debate. A no vote would be to continue with the debate. And we will begin with the vote as soon as the light goes on and the seconds tick down. And here we go. You have 19 seconds. We are in the middle of the debate on Article 17, and we have a procedural motion to close debate, and town meeting members are voting as to whether to close debate. We have 135 town meeting members. We'll now see the vote. You should watch as we go through, look and see if your vote is correctly tabulated. If it is not, please stand at the close of the showing of the precinct votes so that we can correct your vote if it's not shown properly. We're up through precinct 9, and we're now 10, 11, and 12. This would require a 2/3 vote in order to continue. And finally, we see precincts 13, 14, and 15. We have the vote 60 in favor, 56 in opposition. We'll continue with Catherine Holmes, town meeting member, who will speak. Yes, and before Birgit, you voted yes. Okay, we'll correct that. And that's the proper way to do it. Before we move on, it's... What was how did it show on the screen? Did not show up at all, so she is a yes. So again, for those of you that do not see your vote correctly, it's important. John Hammond? Same thing, you're a yes. It didn't register, so you're a no. Right, you were no, okay. All right, anyone else? So that's good. For those of you, 6157, it does not pass. Again, a reminder in the future, unless you rise to the occasion right after the vote is called, I cannot change it later. Catherine, welcome.
Thank you. Catherine Holmes, Precinct 8, I'm the chair. So I wanted to present a different position here that hasn't been talked about, and I was really quite shocked that it hadn't, especially knowing that the health concerns of our children and the drug epidemic that we're suffering with every single day in our community. We're, I think, we have the second largest drug epidemic for overdoses here in Plymouth. There were 497 people in the Commonwealth that died of drug overdose in just the first quarter of Massachusetts, so January, February, March. That's not the most recent stats. The last time that we met here in the spring, when we met the very next day, there was a resident of Plymouth that died of a drug overdose. It is happening every day. So there's also a lot of studies that link marijuana use, which I think we have to remember is a drug. It is absolutely a drug, and they are linking the drug use as a gateway to these epidemics that are happening in our community. I, as many of you know, am an active foster care family. I take in foster care children of emergency placement. These children, 95% of the time, have drugs in their system when they are removed from care for people that are struggling with drug addiction. Now, marijuana is almost always in these kids, these little tiny newborns' bodies. These parents are taking drugs, and the side effect of this is that they typically have enormous amounts of respiratory issues. Now, we can sit here and talk about the revenue stream that this is going to provide for our town, but we also need to understand the impact that that's going to have on our town. And I find it, quite honestly, egregious that we're looking at it as revenue when we're not also looking at the health problems that they come with it. So we now have a lot more information than we did originally because we have states that passed this and legalized it before us. So if we look at Colorado and Washington and these other states, they've done studies on the impact of marijuana legalization on children, teens, and adults. And I'm just not going to bore you to death with stats, but it's very clear to me that the people in the room may not have this information. So the American College of Pediatrics has said that this is a gross neglect of children's health, this legalization, because the education is not out there into the public so that they understand what this use of this drug actually does. And so on children, they say that it's without doubt addicting. They say that a child, a teen, because their brains are they are so vulnerable and they are developing so rapidly at this stage in their lives that they could use marijuana 1 or 2 times and it will absolutely impact the brain development of the child. This is not my bias, this is coming from the science, and I think the science is important. So using marijuana, right or wrong, changes the synapses in a brain. It absolutely does, and the studies show this. So the other things that they're showing is adverse effects of brain development, as I said, cardio and respiratory disease, which I personally have firsthand experience with. They're linking it to testicular cancer in young adults. And they've also said that there's additional issues with the prenatal exposure of this in not only brain development, but in cognitive development. So cognitive development, cardiovascular development. So I think that we have to consider that when we're talking about taxes and revenue. I bought my house here and I'm raising my family here because I am passionate about raising good children in a good, healthy community. Shops at 5 is an area where we go all the time for Panera. And I drive through there all the time because many of you may not know, there is a very large daycare center right behind the shops at 5. And there are hundreds of kids that go to that daycare. And so children are coming into that area all the time. And I'm having a very difficult time explaining to my children the difference between having an ice cold beer on a cold day watching a football game and getting high. And maybe you've had those difficulties in conversations as well. But it is something that we have to consider. And there is no study that links brain damage or cognitive damage to drinking alcohol.
26 seconds.
Yep, thank you. Drinking alcohol on a first time, and damage on a first time. And I think that we are putting the cart before the horse here. I think that we have marijuana facilities that we've passed. There are places where people can buy marijuana. Every single person in this room is allowed to grow up to 4 plants with no issues at all. And then the last thing that I would say is that, and what I've said before,
Thank
we
you,
absolutely need
Catherine.
to be talking about driving
We'll
efficiencies in our
continue
town
with
government. So
Ashley-
that's how we should be saving money.
Ashley Sullivan, followed by Andrea Nedley. Reminder, you have a 5-minute limit. Thank you.
Hi, Ashley Sullivan, Precinct 1. I just wanted to touch on a personal story. My mom, who was a straight arrow, never smoked, never drank, never did drugs, when she was going through chemotherapy, the only thing that really helped her with pain management and eating was marijuana. And I know that there are many people that have medicinal cards for pain management, anxiety, PTSD, and I think that having this in town, I feel like it's more beneficial than all of the bars and package stores that we have. I feel more comfortable with my 2 children walking by a marijuana store that doesn't advertise marijuana on it. Like it was touched upon before that they look like dentist offices. When we're walking down our street, there's a package store right down the street with like bottles of beer and wine and neon lights being advertised, and they see that. So with that, I would encourage people to just think of the people who use marijuana like for pain management and other things.
All set?
Yes.
Thank you, Ashley. Andrea, welcome. Plymouth Town Meeting.
Andrea Nedley, Precinct 9. I think if we go back in history and we look at alcohol, cigarettes, that we all at some point, our ancestors, came and thought this was horrible, it's going to be detrimental to our children, it's really going to hurt. I think that we need to look forward. We need to think that this is going to help not only us, me, the new senior citizen coming up through the ranks, but it's going to help our children. It's going to help make Plymouth a more habitable place for people who want to live here, who want to come and stay here and have their children go through our school systems. I also think that it's time for Plymouth to get up, get going, get moving, and to vote yes on this, because it's going to be something that's going to help us in the long run. A lot of things we have voted on, people haven't liked, but it's worked and it's been beneficial. As far as Wareham goes, I don't know about the other dispensaries, but Wareham I do know. When they had the busing from WaterWiz, there were no issues. My husband's dentist office is right there. Downtown, no issues. We had to go by the dispensary to get to his office. The hospital is right there, the downtown. There's no traffic issues. There's no worries about children seeing it or anything like that. It all starts at home. Education's at home. So if they drink at home, they smoke at home, they eat badly at home, they smoke pot at home, it's all education begins at home. So please, vote yes.
Michael Babini, followed by Daniel Gorsica.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Is the chief here, or is he left, Chief of Police?
Continue, Mr. Babini.
My question was, the issue of public safety seems to arise all the time here, and I was wondering if there's someone in here, if not the chief, that could comment on their feelings relative to the public safety issues with locating some of the marijuana facilities within this new zone.
Would anyone care to speak on behalf of the town regarding the public safety concerns? We have the town manager. Welcome.
All of these companies that go to get license agreement meet extensively with the police department. That's part of their requirements. Chief Botieri has been somewhat stringent on what he expects, and as long as they meet those requirements, which to date everyone has committed to that, there has been no issues and that we don't anticipate any.
Thank you very much.
Daniel Gorsica, followed by Mark Koenig.
I just want to say a few things. One, on a personal note, not that this should be a personal thing, but a lot of people have made this personal, in my opinion. As a parent of 4 children, it's my job, and it's my wife's job to educate them about the ever-changing world that we live in. Yes, the town's part of that. Yes, the school department is. But at the end of the day, it comes from home first. So as a parent, I am okay with this ever-changing world, and it's my responsibility to educate my children on what's right, what's wrong, and how to progress through life. The other thing that I think we're missing here, because again, and I don't mean to diminish the drug problem. We obviously have drug problems in Plymouth, in the state, and the country as a whole. But this isn't about drugs. This is about opening an area of town that is obviously some of the retail components are not doing well, that are leaving, coming in, leaving, coming out. This is an opportunity to open it up to another business that may succeed. Okay, and then if it does succeed, then we benefit from that. So I just don't want to miss. The intent of this is to open up an area that's struggling with retail and provide a new business the opportunity to go into a new place to grow and to thrive. And for that matter, and for that reasons, I am in support of this article. Thank you.
Mr. Koenig, Mark, please come forward, sir, followed by Brenda Bradley.
My name is Mark Koenig, Precinct 6.
Mark Koenig, thank you.
I didn't have any intention of speaking here today, but after hearing some of the people that were urging the voters to vote against it, I said to myself, I better say something. I've been in the commercial real estate business for 45 years. Opening up an area to allow marijuana businesses when there's only 4 licenses in this town is not tantamount to liquor stores. It's almost ridiculous to think that somebody's going to go into a marijuana shop, jump in his car, smoke the weed, and then get stoned and kill somebody. Secondly, it's the most highly regulated business in the Commonwealth of Mass, where the voters 4 or 5 years ago overwhelmingly voted to legalize it. Opening up that particular area is going to be inconsequential. The marijuana stores that are opening, first of all, somebody said they're going to be big business. 90% of them are mom and pops, or 80%, a vast majority. Secondly, each of these stores is between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet. Marshall's moved out of the Grove, a 25,000-foot store, and moved over to Colony Place. That was a big hit for that landlord and for people who want to shop at Marshall's that live in that area. So I think there's been a lot of moral judgment in some of the people that didn't want marijuana stores in this district, but it makes sense because it spreads it out, and there's only 2 more licenses that are going to be issued. What's the big deal? I think you should really vote for allowing marijuana to be in that highway business district.
Brenda Bradley, followed by David Peck. Brenda Bradley.
Brenda Bradley, Precinct 10. Well, those who are against it, we can do what Colorado did. They raised the tax to 45% and drove everybody back to the black market. So their greed killed them.
David Peck. We're debating Article 17.
As I listen to the article, the proponents are by and large focusing on the revenue and business, and the opponents are concerned about health, short-term, long-term health. I'm on the health side with my concern, and the parallel to me is the vaping situation. So vaping's been approved, and now all of a sudden there's awareness that there are hazards to vaping. This town does not have any history yet of having these retail marijuana establishments. So I'm going to vote no, in part to give time for those to have an experience with the approved ones, because there may be short-term and long-term health implications, as there have been in the newer vaping industry.
Michael Leary, we're debating Article 17. Mr. Leary, good afternoon.
Mike Leary, Precinct 2.
A couple things come to mind, and I kind of agree with Ed Russell when he had said that, geez, putting these down there might put the other businesses, 3 that we've previously licensed, in a bad position, because they're kind of stuck in the woods. The other side of that coin I started thinking about, and I said, well, actually, not really, because 2 of them are growers. One, I believe, is the 4 Daughters was only retail, as far as I remember. But anyways, but again, is they could go up there and actually take one of these retail permits if they so desired.
Could you come up to the microphone? We have a mic check down here. We had batteries, I believe, earlier being the problem. Mr. Leary. Go ahead. Can you be heard? Go ahead. Oh, Mr. Leary, there's one more mic over here if you want to try. Okay, Goldilocks, let's go.
Yeah, I know it, huh? So I guess it's time to close debate. Again, I says I'm kind of not really for the situation, but I do look at it as, really, I guess if they wanted to, the businesses that are up there could actually take these retail licenses and actually put them in a better location for them. Again, the only thing that I keep saying to myself is we do have other things coming down the pike, which, the state's considering the cafes. We don't know where they're going to go or where we're going to district them at some point. Also, another thing coming down the road is actually home delivery. So that's another thing coming in. And of course, the state hasn't told us how they're going to do it or how that's going to be implemented. But when it does come, there's some other issues to think. So who knows? But I just say, I don't know if it might be a little too quick to do this, but I guess everybody's got to make their own decision.
Kenneth Howe. There's a microphone.
Ken Howe, I move the question.
It's a motion to close debate. It is not debatable. Is there anyone else that cares to rise to show that you wish to still speak? All right, at this point, I'll take a voice vote on whether to close debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries by more than 2/3. We will now go to a vote, and it will be a vote electronically. It will be a roll call vote. We are voting on Article 17. When you see the light go on, when you see the screen start to show the seconds counting down, you will begin to vote. One point of order, Betsy Hall.
Could you please tell us exactly what we're voting for? Are we voting for the amendment or for the motion?
There's no amendment. You're voting for, in the packet that you were provided today, you were provided with the revised main motion that was voted this morning by the Advisory and Finance Committee, which was explained earlier by Kevin Canty, the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. And at this time, we're going to commence the vote as soon as you see it now. You have 20 seconds in which to vote. We're voting on Article 17. After we complete the vote, unless I receive any procedural motions, we will be moving to dissolve the town meeting. I did hear during lunch the possibility of procedural motions. I've not received them. I need to receive them soon if they're going to occur. The voting has concluded. It is a 2/3 vote, quantum of vote requirement, and you now see precincts 1, 2, and 3 displayed on the screen. We'll be continuing to roll through the precincts, look and make sure your vote was correctly tabulated. As we continue through the voting, we now see 7, 8, and 9, and we're continuing through the precincts. We have all of our 15 precincts are going to be displayed, 10, 11, and 12, and finally 13, 14, and 15. It does require a 2/3 vote, 55 in favor, 61 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion does not carry. I'd like to take a moment and thank Nicole Manfredi for serving as assistant moderator, also Larry Pizer, the clerk, and we have a point of order. What's the point of order? Precinct 12, voted no, and it did not show. Did you get the name? We have the name. Thank you. Anybody else? Again, thank you, Mr. Pizer, for correcting that vote. Thank you to Jeanette White, the Secretary of the Advisory and Finance Committee, to all the boards and committees for your hard work, and certainly for all of you as town meeting members. At this time, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, moves to dissolve the fall annual town meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. This town meeting is adjourned at 1:36 p.m. Melissa.